We should be live now instead of on the Rybonator stream. Welcome to the Red Wagon Inn. Who needs a stream starting soon? We're here now. I did a intro and then everyone said, are you sure we're actually live? No, I am not apparently, but we're live now. So welcome. Congratulations that you found the correct stream. Isn't that good for you? Welcome to the Red Wagon Inn, episode 3. Campaign 2, Season 2. So glad to have you back. Our Jakey boy is gone just for a little bit tonight. He'll be coming back in halfway through, so he should be coming back in halfway through the break. And we're very excited to be doing episode 3 with y'all, and I hope that you all are too. Glad to see the crew back again. Does anybody have anything to shill before we get started?
Happy Pride Month!
Happy Pride Month!
Pride Month. It's not really to shill. I just wanted to show you guys my dice table today, so I moved. But I found my jewelry holder, and you know what? It's actually not bad for a dice tray. All my general dice here, and I'm gonna, divvy them up in their respective places and then throw it here. Who needs a wooden dice tray when you have a jewelry holder?
Which slot is Dice Jail?
You don't need all the tiny ones, so they can go in all their own.
Dice rehab, okay? We don't have to jail our dice.
I hadn't heard that one yet. That's pretty good. Happy Pride Month, yes, and fantastic new dice box. My wife and I made little icons, and I have Twin Tig holding a rainbow dice, but it's the same one that I used last year, and she made her, Shayna, a little dice goblin lady, and hers looks way better, and she was like, suck it. I made a way better dice goblin than you. So yeah, happy Pride Month. Very excited to, it's June 1st. We're starting it off too. I didn't even think about that. Well, any other things that we need to talk about or shill before we go into some art? We only have 2 pieces of art, but they're both really good.
Go ahead, Brie. I'm just giggling over Ordell peeking over the corner.
Yeah, I didn't know if you'd noticed that. I'll be back.
So just quickly, for everyone who doesn't know, on my private Instagram, that's at Alex Abrate, every Wednesday, there will be let's just say a programming glitch vote option for XC. Last week's one, which won, was things that go boop. So keep an eye out for how that affects the gaming session this week. And then jump on my Instagram tomorrow to vote for next week's one.
Perfect. We'll find out what things go boop tonight. We do have... Oh, Brie, are you muted? Yep, you're muted.
Why always be muted? Why always be muted? I do have something to share. So this is for, I will likely put a link up on my Fortune Favors account. But all this month, I'm going to be doing the push-up challenge, which I'm very enthusiastic about because I love doing push-ups. No, I am actually really enthusiastic about this. So the push-up challenge is me and a group of friends are coming together to do 3,318 push-ups this month. Not just me.
Each?
Not
Okay.
just me. We're sharing that across the month. And that is because, unfortunately, 3,318 lives were lost to suicide in 2019, which is a number that is insanely too high. So we are trying to raise money for that. I will have that on my personal Instagram account after the show. And also, I will probably try and do some, I don't know, TikToks or videos of something of me doing push-ups. No one wants to see it. I am bad at it. But yeah, hashtag push for better. That's my thing this month.
Heck yeah.
That's awesome. Claps and congratulations. That's a good thing. Thanks for telling us about that one, Brie. Yeah.
No worries. It's fine. You're fine.
Good.
Watch me do push-ups.
Yeah.
Is the general.
Awesome. Well, then let's show off some art too. After we get to talk about all the cool stuff, let's show about some art. The first piece of art comes from Jakey, as he does doodles apparently every session. He did them last season and we didn't know about it. He kind of briefly mentioned it, but now he's going to start posting them in the Discord as well. So this is kind of a summary note for anybody who needs to do the summary tonight and doesn't remember exactly what to do. You can use this as kind of a cheat system because it's really good. And his doodles are like the best comic that we could ask for, just kind of doing doodles to remember things. The second piece of art was last week's thumbnail from our boy Droobidoo here, because Droobidoo's been doing lots of art. And look at that. I don't know if you guys remember this giant storm giant from last week. So, oh yeah, look at you. Cool. No, so you killed it, my guy. I feel like every time you do something, it gets better and better. And this one is the best stuff so far.
We killed it? I must have blanked out through that process.
Wait,
yep.
No.
Yep.
I will bring it back to life.
And Stronghearth, my homie, throwing out many subs out there. You rock, Stronghearth. We also have a giveaway tonight. I just posted the video about what it is earlier on my YouTube channel. Oh my gosh, that is not fit to screen. Transform fit to screen. There we go. It's the brand new Mind Flayer dice set from D&D WoW. They are hollow metal dice, and they are rad. If you haven't seen them yet, go check out that video. There's 4 different colors. One glows in the dark, one's green, one's purple, and one is this kind of brushed metal. I'm going to give away 2 of those tonight as a giveaway set. So we'll have 2 winners. It'll be a mystery which one you actually get, but very excited to be able to take a look at those. And they were a lot of fun looking at them. So hopefully you like them. But anything else before we roll for recap? Okay.
Nope.
Recap rolling it is. Oh, also, while we're doing that, I will mention, if you haven't seen it yet, we've got a couple of new emotes that are Red Wagon Inn. One of them is the big GFY emote, which is my favorite. And then we also have the Nat 20, which is a D20 being rolled in on a little red wagon. So very excited for those. Ashrin, what'd you get?
How fitting that we start with me because I rolled in 1.
Okay. I got a 5. Anybody beat the 1?
I rolled a 3.
I got a 6.
Did everyone think they were gonna do the?
I was like, last
I got a
week.
14.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
Good for you, Brie.
Jackie, do you want to do high roll this time? I'd allow you to.
I have got a little intro prepared though, if you'd like the scene set, Jackie.
Yes, go for it, please.
Okay. The skies, they were ashen and sober. The leaves, they were crisp and sere. The leaves, they were withering and sere. It was night in the loathsome old Cora, and screams could be heard through the ear. It was green flame that burnt bright by that well, the air smoky and now full of ear. It was down by that dark, dank, empty well, and the ghoul-haunted wasteland watched clear.
Look at Brie trying to earn inspirations before every night, just ready to go.
We can bank them now, right?
That's
We
true.
sure can.
You're going to bank them up for the final fight. Have 100 going into it. Yeah, that's awesome. Good job, Brie. Yeah, get inspo. Done. Inspo. Ashrin, go ahead and catch us up.
I don't have much, but I think it's enough, hopefully. Okay, so I'm trying to take notes kind of from Ashrin's perspective. Me last time was like every single thing, but now I'm just writing what Ashrin might have written. So I have Emma's puppet - ruckus. Winter fireball raiders at well, annihilates them. Emma spares the dying on 1. XC shoots him. And then I skip ahead already to XC bad words. : 1 involves 2 dwarves, a rolling pin, and 14 more people. But also I requested to display when we have enough people to display it. So that's gonna come sometime, hopefully. But then I don't have it noted, but Jackie remembers. The rest of the party was hunting, and they were able to get 2 Well, they wanted to dry it out, right? And then Emma was like, put it in here. But they want to dry it out. We had about 2 weeks of food, even though only me and Winter need to eat anyways. And then really after that, a bony giant walks past in forest where we just were. It is a storm giant resurrected, and has a necklace with a cage, and in it is a tiefling that is skin and bone.
I will
And
give
that's
you
all I
your
got.
inspo if you can answer 3 questions on things that I did not hear in there.
Yeah. Okay.
What direction did you all head after you dealt with things in the well?
East.
Okay. What were the name of the beasts that you killed?
Oh no. They weren't. Why am I imagining goats? They weren't ghosts. Nope. Hmm. Abraham.
Yep, you got 3 Abraham horns.
Ram.
Abrahamhams. No, but you mentioned that a giant creature was walking in through the forest, right? It was walking in?
Oh, wasn't it crawling? It was crawling.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep. It was a giant skeletal undead version of a storm giant. And what weapon did it have? This is 4 questions, but this one is to get you a 3rd chance instead of missing Abraham's name.
Why am I imagining like a hammer? Nope. A glaive? Nope. Staff. Oh, it was in Jakey.
Right on
In
the
Jakey, it was a
first
staff.
time, every time. Look at you go. Ooh, I don't know. I'll let chat
It's
decide
okay.
if you get the inspiration on that one.
No, it's
I,
okay.
I
think
liked your
Winter
recap
deserves-
from Ashren's perspective, but we had to catch up on a few other things in there, you know? Chat can decide if they say, hold on, if they say you get the inspiration, great, or if they use their brand new GFY emojis. I'm seeing
No
inspo, so
worries,
yeah,
it's
you can
okay.
take an inspo. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Right. Yeah, and where we last left off, a few extra details. So Ordell and Exy are in the back of the group, maybe about 60 feet away or so right now. Winter is currently standing next to Emma, and Ashrin has rolled herself into a ditch that this large skeletal creature created by dragging its spine through the ground. It's kind of made its own little trench there. So Ashrin is currently stealthed and hidden. This large creature has made note that it sees XC and Ordell, but is currently talking to Emma and Winter and seems to be getting agitated, though is not saying anything aloud. Are we caught up and good to go? Beautiful. Well, congratulations on the level 5 hype train. Woo! And grab a drink, pull up a chair, come hang out with us at the Red Wagon Inn because we're continuing exactly where we left off. It is about 3 p.m. right now. It is a little bit breezy out. The sun is still in the sky. You can see the clouds toiling towards the northwest through the trees in the forest that you're in beneath the base of the mountain, and the large skeletal giant looms over as he's holding himself up by his elbows, looking down at you, Emma and Winter. He has closed the cage back on the tiefling. As Winter, you recently tried to message the tiefling, and the giant seemed to have stared at you with intent of, how dare you talk to my pet? It rears back and pulls its staff up, and it looks down towards you, Emma, now questioning why you would allow this of your pet.
I look over at Winter and I say, I'm sorry, and I slap her.
Roll a deception.
Can I assist with a dramatic fall to the ground?
That's a 21.
You absolutely could.
Probably don't need to. Do you want to go for the nat 20, Drew?
Sure. No, it's a 21.
Well, since you are assisting and making a big fall to the ground, Emma, go ahead and roll me a strength check.
Oh, you're lucky, Brie. I have a negative. Hey, I rolled a 3, so that's a 2.
Then you do not take damage from this slap to the face. Luckily, you know, there's no meat, there's no weight behind those bony hands. It kind of scratches your skin, but nothing that's going to leave any sort of permanent mark. As Winter falls to the ground, this large skeletal being with its staff holding up now looms and moves its head over towards you, Winter. Its giant head near parallel to you as you lay your back on the ground up towards it. You feel like you could fit your entire being inside one of its large, empty eye sockets. It stares at you with nothing behind the skull, but you can tell it's looking directly at you and observing you. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna look back up at it and I just kind of dart my eyes down to check on the tiefling.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, I don't like that though. 5.
The empty void behind its eyes suddenly fills your mind with recognition. You are looking at this thing in the daylight, and it catches your mind that there's blackness behind its eyes. There is nothing, emptiness. You don't see the back of its skull like you expect, but you see darkness in its eyes. You're terrified of this creature, and every fiber of your being is telling you to crawl away from it.
I scurry back, still kind of looking to make sure that I can see where it is, and I like kick the dirt up as I try and get as close to Emma as possible and as far away from this monstrosity.
Winter crawls backwards towards your feet, Emma, as this thing turns its head and watches her crawl.
We gotta get out of here. We gotta leave. We gotta leave. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Hello. Again.
Sorry, the hello threw me off. You're already in conversation.
Could I fix your jaw? It looks misplaced.
It looks down. Its jaw hanging and dangling, roughly the size of a small canoe, before it looks back over towards you. And it reaches its hand out towards your face, Emma, with 2 fingers.
Emma. I'm gonna start to like pull at her leg. No. We have to leave. I'm going to leave.
It reaches up to put its hand on your face. Ordell puts his hand over to you, XC, and says, "If you need to, take a shot, but wait until we see what's happening here."
Affirmative.
It's okay.
I don't move.
Okay.
Takes
Emma
its
just
hand
stands there and just letting this happen.
and grasps your jaw and pulls.
Emma doesn't move as now her jaw is dislocated. She says, okay.
You now have just the upper part of your skull as it seems to look at your jaw itself before it takes its left hand and magic seems to pour out from its fingers. Let's see. If anybody is proficient in Arcana, you can go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Would I have the wherewithal to do that at the moment, Ryan?
You can do it, but you'd be at disadvantage.
That's gonna be a 19 with my +4.
Okay.
$23.
23. Ooh, even with disadvantage. Nice. Emma, you recognize that there is some spell being cast on it. It doesn't appear to be trying to break it or destroy it, but you're not sure what it's doing in general. Winter, however, you do recognize that this being is placing some sort of enchantment on Emma's lower jawbone. It is enchantment magic before it hands the jaw back to you and with the tap of its other finger, almost like socketing it back in place, pops it into your head like a little Lego.
Emma, we have to leave. We have to leave. Just turn around and leave. Let's go.
Shh, it's okay. What did you just do?
It reaches its hand into the dirt nearby you and kind of, as if it's trying to sense something within the dirt, dropping bits of dust around you on the ground. Before it kind of waves its hand as if to shoo you away.
Okay. You have a wonderful day, and Emma's gonna like take her foot and kind of like nudge it into Winter to like go. And Emma's gonna turn around and walk away from this creature.
Ashrin, as Emma begins to move back, Winter, do you go with Emma?
Oh, I run ahead. As soon as I get there, I'm just up and gone.
As Winter gets up and begins running off towards the north, up towards the mountain, Emma backs away and follows. It begins moving towards you, Xe, and Ordell. However, Ashrin, as it's doing so, it is getting closer to you. I need you to roll me another stealth roll.
Okay. Dice rehab for the natural one. Another natural one.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So last week, you all couldn't roll below an 18. Just a remembrance. And now we have this brand new nat 20 emoji. Yeah, either way. Ashrin, as this large thing turns around, it begins making another trench nearby yours. In doing so, it takes its hand and pulls upon trees and takes its staff and drags it along the ground, again, pulling like a rock climbing wall upwards. When it does so, it reaches across and over your trench to grab a tree on the other side as if to pull, and you can't help but let out a little shriek, just thinking it was coming down to grasp you. Before doing so, it stops and takes both of its hands and perches itself up, looking down into the trench at you, sitting there in the trench that it created with its spinal column.
Would I notice this as walking away?
Yeah, it hasn't happened that far. I'd say you're about 50 feet away, the same way Ordell and Xe are at this point. Winter, you're about 100. You have been running.
Would I be able to turn to this large boned creature and use thaumaturgy to make the sound of my voice 3 times louder?
Absolutely.
Thank you! As a slight distraction.
You yell, thank you?
Yeah.
Okay. As it's looking down at you, Ashrin, you could see blackness, a void in its eyes, before you hear a loud, thank you, coming from the trees as it turns briefly, looking back. In this moment, there is a small chance that you could try and get away unseen if you take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to try and run along the trench and outrun this thing, or try and jump onto the other side and hide?
Hide. I can't outrun this thing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another stealth check at disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. 7.
Good. Good. As it turns back and looks down to the trench, it barely sees Ashrin climbing up and getting out of the dirt part of the trench before running towards one of the nearby trees, one of the few ones that is large with some leaves on the side of it. And as it's running, as she's just about to get behind the tree, it goes to grab you and pick you up. I'm going to go ahead and need a dexterity saving throw if you want to duck out of the way.
Problem. Dicey encounters 21.
21, solid. As it rushes towards you, it reaches to grasp you, but you quickly duck right under it as it slams into the tree. You could tell it was not grasping gently towards you. As it grasps the tree, lets go of it, and begins crawling in your direction, not looking too pleased. As the chain with the cage beneath its neck dangles and flops back and forth, the tiefling getting battered around inside of it. It's chasing after you. Are you going to try and run away?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody else sees this scene as well. What is everybody doing? Ashrin is currently going to try and outpace it within the forest. Emma, Winter, Exy, and Ordell.
Emma's going to be casting message at Ordell to tell Exy not to shoot. Don't shoot, please. Don't shoot, please. Please don't shoot.
Ordell, he's a barbarian. He grasps his large maul and at least holds it in his hand. Exy.
Can Winter see Ash from where she is? Can she see Ashrin?
You can see that she's running away, but you can't really at this point. Yeah, you would say that you've stopped. You're about 100 feet away, and you can see this thing now crawling towards her. So soon you will be out of range to be able to see her in this forest.
I want to try and head in her direction and try and catch up with her as best as I can.
Roll me another charisma saving throw to see if you can overcome your fear to move toward the creature.
I doubt it. That is a 13.
It is every necromancer for themselves out here. Yeah, you gotta keep yourself alive behind this tree. Ashrin knows what she's doing. She could handle it. I'm sure she's got it. She's fine. Don't you better just leave her.
Just like old school movie, run through the dead forest. Then
exactly.
Oh no.
Emma, so you send a message toward XC, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, to Ordell to tell Exy not to shoot.
Ordell pulls out his maul. He looks at you, XC, and says, "You guys don't fire, but what do you think?"
I confirmed. Don't fire is what I think.
As he sets the legs of the Kragams down, he holds his maul up as if ready to slam it down at a moment's notice. Ashrin, you seem to be on your own here for the moment, as this storm giant undead abomination crawls its way through the trees, moving them as it goes. Let's go ahead and see if you can outrun this thing. Let's go ahead and do an athletics check from you.
You can do it.
Athletics. Oh, I can do it? All right, if I can do it, so can Dicey Encounters dice do it. Let's go.
You gotta get a 1.
12.
You put that on me.
12. I'm a 2 away from a 1.
Okay,
Athletics?
Yeah.
14.
Okay. As you go rushing through the trees, you're able to keep decent pace with it, but it's just crawling angrily. It's lifting itself up, and sometimes its elbows eclipse the height of the trees as it pushes itself forward. At a certain point, it grabs its staff and begins just moving with both arms through the forest, no longer dragging itself, but gaining on you. It's catching up. As you're rushing through, there is a fallen log in your way that is kind of, with all of its branches, going to be very difficult to make it your way through. You could either try and go around it, or if you want, you can try and jump over it. It's a very tall log. It would probably be about an 8-foot tall vertical.
Let's go around it.
Okay. In doing so, you have to head back just a little bit to get around the tree, but you are guaranteed to be able to get around it.
Okay. That's okay, because now that's a 13 plus athletics?
Yeah.
15.
Okay. As you rush back around, it gets very close. You are trying to speed up past it, but when you turn around to go around the tree, it reaches its hands down and need another dexterity saving throw from you.
Hey. 18 plus 5, 23. Yes.
23, solid. You are absolutely able to nimbly dodge this creature. As it reaches down one more time, it slams its hand into the ground as dust and dirt go flying upwards. Broken branches from dead trees splinter across your face as it does so. It is heavy as it moves, before it stops seemingly in its tracks, unable to outspeed you to grasp you. It grasps its staff and begins shaking it in the air. I need, let me see. I need a strength saving throw from you.
Hey.
You can do it.
11.
11. Okay. As you go rushing away, it stops, and you think you finally got your way out of here. You begin rushing through the branches, some of them hitting your face along the way, before you begin to see an almost crawling beneath the ground below you. Underneath the dead ash of the forest, vines whip up and grab your legs and cause you to fall to the ground as you are entangled and unable to break free with strength. It begins crawling its way towards you menacingly. Winter, I need another charisma save. Yeah, it's just your legs.
Can I use my sword and swipe at the...
Yeah, you can absolutely try. That's going to be basically the next strength check against this entangle spell.
Okay.
17?
17. Okay, your friend is in danger here. You steel yourself. You can no longer see what's happening through the forest, but you can hear loud as it crawls across. And you see a green light as some spell is being cast. What was your strength, Sif? Ashwin?
My strength save?
Yeah.
A new one or the old one?
A new one.
A new one.
Yeah. That will be your attempt to free.
20.
Oh, hey, nat 20. Okay, first one of the night, so you can get out of this. As it crawls towards you, it reaches its hand out towards you, and almost between its fingers, you take your rapier and just slice against the entangling vines that have grasped your feet, and you barely slide sideways between its knuckle bones as it crawls towards you. You make it out of the forest. There are no longer trees and dead things around you as it gets close but stops right at the edge, pulling two trees down and bending them apart as it looks through this opening of the forest and stares at you. Winter, what are you doing?
I can't see anything. Can I? I'm gonna pull out my spell book and just start like scrolling through, seeing if I can find anything that could possibly help my friend.
Okay. But you do at least start moving that way back, at least towards Emma, Exy, Ordell, yada yada. Emma, what are you doing during this time?
I'm gonna move up to the rest of them, and we should probably head her way and get away from this undead fellow. Shall we?
Winter approaches Ordell, picks up the two large Kragan legs, says, "I'd still keep it loaded, Exy," before walking that way, in no particular rush.
And to be fair, we sought out this creature. This creature didn't seek us out. And so us endangering this beautiful creature, that would just be wrong on our part, would it not? As some might say, immoral.
Sounds familiar. See, kind of looks over towards Winter.
Am I back with?
Yeah. You walked up and are kind of looking through your book with Emma and Exy and Ordell now.
Oh, well, that was an experience. Thank you for humoring me, everyone. I think I have my fill for today. If I mean, unless anyone else wants to keep examining this fine beast, should we move on?
You almost died.
I mean, yes, Emma, I did. Oh, can we see Ruckus?
Oh yes, the puppet is good.
Close to. Sorry, I believe you have gotten sufficiently close to do enough analysis for us all.
I got a pretty good look. Ruckus, you got a bit of a look in there as well, didn't you, buddy?
I would assume the puppet would just turn around and just start flop, 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 flop.
As its mouth opens, Canadian South Park style, just flopping up and down, continuously talking. But no words seem to come out of it to you, Winter or Exy.
Bone Queen? What the fuck?
You, Shut up, everyone. Shut up. Shut up.
We were watching the beautiful creature. We were drawing the beautiful creature. The beautiful creature couldn't see us. And then you decided to yell really loudly at the beautiful creature. And then it wanted to, I'm pretty sure, put me in a cage forever.
I'm sorry, what were you just saying?
This is great. This is wonderful. This is exactly what I wanted. Let's keep going.
I'm very glad that was. I'm as a necromancer yourself, I would imagine getting up that close and personal. I am sorry I had to slap you. It appears as though the creature was going to try and, I don't know, eat you or something. It doesn't have intestines or anything like. In fact, I think it very well even could be like me and was resurrected against its will. I mean, that would. If I was a storm giant of that sort, I would be rather peeved being brought back to life.
Do you think that you would keep someone in a cage?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that yeah, anyone. If you were that size, you could keep something in a cage. Why not it be a tiefling fellow?
Right. Well, blood magic or not, can I suggest that we stop going east? Because east looks a little.
I don't know whose idea east was, but it's a terrible idea. We should be going west.
The idea of who to go east was Winter.
Right. Well, I'm going to backtrack. I'm going to reassess. And now I think we should probably go west.
Well, there's nowhere else for us to have gone east anyway. It's just water.
West is that way.
I'm sorry, but if there is somebody more experienced than I am that would like to take direction on this one, I am more than happy. I don't know which way is west and which way is east. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed.
Okay.
I would just like to not be in a cage, is what I would like to happen.
Take my arm and let's go west. And Emma's going to start probably going east again.
Emma, roll me a d4.
Give me a d4. A 3.
You begin going directly south.
Come on.
West is that away.
Winter's just gonna look back at Ash and kind of like confused and like.
As
and then
Emma... oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Kind of go with Emma, but she doesn't know what's going on.
Currently, the four of you are deciding which way to go. As Emma goes south, Ordell grabs Emma by one horn and just kind of turns and rotates just to pull you to the west where XC has guided. As you all go to the west, Ashrin, who sits south of you, is dealing with the large giant. You all have been having this conversation while walking, but decide it's best to leave Ashrin. She's got this. You head west, is what I'm understanding. You can make out the spinal columns, the bits that are a little spiky on the back of each vertebrae through the trees, just barely, maybe about 150 feet away as you continue moving to the west. Ashrin.
Oh, goodness. Wait, I need my ring.
Ashrin, as you stand there, maybe about 20 feet away from the edge of this forest, you've turned around, kind of backed yourself up to some grass. The large undead giant holds both trees still bent and stares at you from the edge of the forest. It doesn't seem to move.
I stand there with my rapier out, ready to slash, digging my feet in the dirt, ready for a move, just panting heavily after that athletic excursion. Just
Ashrin, you hold up, waiting for this thing to come towards you, trying to show you have no fear. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check.
Ignore the chip sound. I don't have chips on top of my.
take a chip and I eat it.
17.
17. This thing stares at you for a moment longer as you hold up your rapier. You kind of let out a, come on, as it stands there at the edge of the forest. You don't see any emotion. There's no eyebrows to give anything away as the chain with the cage dangles below its neck. Before it bends the trees backwards and seems to turn around in the forest and move away from you.
As soon as it gets far enough away, I do my flourish of the rapier and put it back behind me.
Back in, you pat your hands off, and you sit alone on the southern edge of the forest.
I sit and I put my elbows on my knees, and I kind of just wait for everybody.
As Winter, Exy, Emma, and
coming.
Ordell...
Oh.
No. You don't know this. Very good role playing. Even, that in-character method acting of taking your headphones off for a little bit is very good. As Emma, pulling Winter, leads everybody towards the west. Exy confirms that is to the west. Ordell carries the 4 legs of Cragham's behind him, and on the group walks. Ashrin, you sit there waiting at the southern edge of the forest for about 5 minutes before the creature has all but since disappeared from this southern side. You can see some trees rustling as it seems to grab its way and pull itself on the ground through the forest, seemingly heading to the northwest. Emma, Winter, XC, you can hear things behind you, but it's going so much slower than you. You're not worried that this creature's ever going to catch up to you, and you're at just kind of a brisk walk at this point.
General Ordell confirming that we are now 1 less.
I guess. I mean...
I'd really love it if my best friend wasn't put in a cage. Do you think, baby Emma, maybe we could get...
Hold on.
Could we get Ash?
You were the one saying, let's leave.
I was very scared and a little confused as to what was happening, to be honest.
Is it going to be a consistent theme that I must babysit the 2 of you from large threats?
Yes, please.
I was going to say, honestly, probably yes. But I do need to get my ring back, so yes, we should go rescue.
Can we just put down a blanket statement that if any of us is at risk of being put in a cage and eaten by giants or other creatures, that, we will all together make the decision to remember to go back and get each other?
Affirmative. Have added to programming. If going to be eaten and put in cage, we'll come back.
Fine.
Thank you, Exy.
And technically, it was Winter's day to choose what we do. So, and if I remember correctly, that was your thought process on setting that up. So, don't get mad at her. And Emma skips the other way.
Are you going back to the east? Or going west?
I'm going to go get my ring. Not Ashrin, just the ring.
XC, can you just run and go get her? If there is a problem, let us know. We will come and deal with this colossi.
Run? Quick.
Quickly would be better than slowly.
Exy turns and starts walking kind of briskly, but not running, towards where we last saw Ashrin.
True, you get a GFY.
I'll take it.
For very obvious reasons.
Take it.
As XC begins going at kind of that pace where like somebody's holding the door for you and you want to show that you're doing it, but you're not actually going any faster, just a little bit faster than you would have normally. As XC kind of leads the group, Emma, Winter, are you following XC back or just letting XC do this?
Oh, I'm going to follow so that, like, standing back a little bit so I can at least see what's happening. Because there's no way I'm leaving Ash.
Ashrin, Time has gone by. You hear no struggle within the forest. They're not fighting the creature. It seems to be doing whatever it wants on its own. What are you doing?
After about the first 5 minutes, I'm probably going to I'm going to sit there and meditate, and I am going to start casting Find Steed.
Beautiful. Describe how that happens for you.
Ooh.
I take my blood and then I make a steed. No.
Blood magic. I knew it.
I'll probably just put my hands together and palms facing each other and just almost meditating in a sense, while being aware of my surroundings.
It casts.
And
it's a 1 minute cast?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. As Ashrin... Oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. And then as the 10 minutes goes by, energy starts to form together to form a warhorse.
Okay. Ashrin, as you sit there on the edge of the forest, you can see the southern edge of the water nearby. Kind of sit there and meditate for a moment before the grass around you starts to kind of whirl and whip up like wind. Slowly but surely, magic begins to form, hooves and all, almost like an old-timey JPEG, just loading up line by line. Bits of magic slowly materialize into a hoof, into a leg, into a knee as it moves up, creating... What type of steed would you like to find?
A warhorse, preferably?
Horse, specifically?
Oh, warhorse. War?
No,
Warhorse.
No, I come here.
Am I saying it wrong?
She wants Ryan. She wants
a
a war horse.
Just a war horse.
Warhorse, got it. Find Steed lets you make some magical creatures too, so I was giving you the opportunity, but a war horse. I am now fully aware of what you're wanting to summon as it slowly materializes itself. I do also want to mention, so in the chat, because we have him here, 93 Rowan, our group is where the GFY thing first started, so the kind of culmination of GFYs. Thank 93 Rowan for telling me to go fuck myself so many times. As hi, he says, as the horse slowly begins to materialize, Ashrin, Emma, Winter, Winter, XC, Emma, and Ordell. I saw the name there. All of you are walking back. Eventually, you see the large skeletal creature in view. You can either try and duck it south and avoid it entirely, or the most direct route back to where you last saw Ashrin would be walking past it. It is slowly crawling its way your direction.
If I might make the note, it seems some of our group has pissed off this creature, and we should probably avoid it.
I think respectfully, Bone Queen, you think Winter's gonna walk around.
Ordell does the same thing and turns your head slightly just to push you and get you going to go around it, Emma, as everyone very much agrees with your statement. As you all move and duck outside of the skeletal creature, you can still see it. There's not much room outside of the forest to maneuver without being able to see it. And as you're moving, it seems to lock eyes once more with you, Emma, though both of you don't have any, before continuing to move its way further west within the forest, allowing you passage without any sort of stop. About the time you get back to Ashrin, Ashrin now stands there, completing the magic as flows from your fingertips in a mane of what color on this horse? War horse.
Let's go black.
Black. And jet black stallion stands there with Clydesdale-like feet, hair all the way down. This is a beast of a war horse. As Ashrin stands next to it, it being right about your height. It's got a saddle on it, and you all are not entirely sure where she found such a magnificent creature. However, it's probably good that it's here. As Ashrin, you can see your friends come out of the forest.
You're not in a cage.
You didn't
No.
die.
It took you all a little while to come here.
Sorry.
Can confirm
Ashrin will not be eaten or in a cage. I then point back to the west.
Oh, were you gonna leave me?
They were, as he points to Winter and Ordell. Or, sorry, Winter and Emma. I keep seeing names.
I most certainly was not. Yeah.
You were the two who wanted to get out of here much quicker than I did. I asked if we needed to fight. You said no. Let's go.
Winter would never do that.
Actually, I can confirm that is exactly what happened, and then I will replay the conversation using their actual voices.
Oh no!
No.
Word for word.
Please do.
So what happened was that actually, that big bony creature was magic, and she made me. I mean, not that I get scared very often, but I was really scared, and
She was.
so much so that I couldn't really think about things properly, and then I sort of forgot.
About me.
I'm really sorry, Ash.
As
really sorry.
Winter apologizes, XC reaches up to a recording device near his speech center on his face and places a small little object that he pulls out, rotates just slightly, and pushes back in as you hear in a recorded tone exactly what was said before by Winter and by Emma, as they said, of course, yeah, west is the way to go, screw being east here, yada yada, the conversation from before. And as XC, you place it back out, rotate it back to where it's in its normal position, put it back in, a small spark escapes the side of your face as you, boop, put it back in.
1 sec.
Uh-oh.
XC then begins to dance. Its legs start shooting up like a cabaret style. There's no music. Its hands cross into kind of like the good old Russian style, and you see these legs just going up in the air for no apparent reason. And continues to dance.
And you would trust the word of this dancing machine?
This dancing machine that can perfectly replicate your voices?
I'm sorry.
Perfectly replicate your voice.
Are we just gonna zoom past the fact that Exie is dancing? Have we seen Exie dance before? Is this not unusual to anyone right now?
I just
not
assume
entirely, no.
that's
Not
what
that I'm
does.
deflecting or anything, but Exie, are you okay?
XC stops dancing. I do not understand request dancing. Can you please provide more input?
I'm gonna use minor illusion to show like Exie dancing on my hand. You did this.
And because XC is a robot, it's not the typical like cabaret, like the leg goes all the way up to like a full 180 degrees. It's a very mechanical nature. There's not a lot of rhythm behind it. As XC, you now see yourself dancing before you.
Is that a military method? I do not believe I have been programmed with this capability. And then it tries to kick. And instead of just before when it was kicking super high and everything else, it can only go about half its height. Unable to reproduce, do not understand request.
You did dance.
Things just happened.
Okay.
It was a good dance.
Out of my sleeve, I pull the copper wire and just blatantly point at Ash and go, "The fuck are these people?"
Yeah, you were about to run away with them.
But, well, remember? Confused.
You don't get to ride it on my steed. You're walking on your feet.
But it's so pretty. Are you replying in my head as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. I'll walk. I'm sorry. Ordell, do you think that maybe we should get this robot checked out?
It just danced. Don't really see a problem.
I do not appreciate the terminology of robot.
Oh,
That's just not what he does after he
Autonomous
tells the
mechanical
truth.
individual.
AMI.
Amy is his name.
Amy.
West.
All I heard was west.
West is that way.
I was
we
like,
just go west.
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 So, Amy, can you point us west again?
West is that way.
As Ashrin hops up on one foot of the saddle and gets on her new, very large warhorse, Winter, you look up at her, kind of like, can I ride the horse with you? Before Ashrin kind of throws her hair back, does the not really paying attention to you, kind of grabs onto the reins and begins trotting the warhorse, where XC points to the west, as you all still see the forest to the north of you, and the coast mostly to the east of you, moving from the large creature going through the forest. You eventually again see a large green light come from another tree and blooms as you move west.
Hey, Winter. I have 2 bags of blood that you could offer her as apologies for us trying to leave.
Thanks.
I think she would love it. I think she would let you on the horse if you gave her these 2 bags of blood.
Why would she want blood that you found?
Blood magic.
Do I know how Ash's blood magic works?
Ash, would you have ever used what you would consider to be blood magic in front of Winter?
I don't consider it blood magic. Emma's the one that considers it blood magic. It's just regular magic to me, but I would have might have done it. I might have done it once or twice, maybe.
How long would the two of you have been traveling together for? A couple months?
We've known each other for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say that it's common knowledge between you, since you weren't very secretive about the knife before, that Ashrin isn't using blood magic so much as she has a magical dagger. But you don't have to share that information.
That's not how blood magic works, Bone Queen.
I still have 2 bags of blood and it doesn't change anything.
True.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we'll find a creature that enjoys blood.
True. Very true.
There are a lot of them here.
Ugh. West. Does
West.
anyone
That way.
Does anyone feel like this is just like a little less cool than they first thought it was going to be?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I was inside a ring for 800 years. Everywhere looked a lot nicer 800 years ago. So yeah, it is a little bit of a bummer, one might say.
What are you expecting out here?
Well, just like maybe some cute undead birds, maybe some like little rabbits who have half decayed. You know, dead stuff that's not going to eat me or put me in a cage.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Nobody is proficient in history, right?
I am.
Oh, okay. Winter, since you haven't been
Not the
here,
history you want.
you don't know. Emma, go ahead and roll me a history check.
Hey.
Emma hasn't been here either. However, Winter, you're the one directly asking this question.
I mean, I'll take it. With the +4, 19, so 23.
23. Okay. You know, if you were to want to find a large source of undead, probably going to population centers would be good. Knowing where those population centers are in this area is different. You know where they were 800 years ago, but a lot of things change in 800 years.
Well, if these cities were still around, which honestly, why would they not be? They were great cities. We're pretty close to certain areas, such as this town and that town and that town.
Do you think,
or at least where they were,
there might be people with like cool pinstripe suits and like, you know, festivals and things like that? Like, I always thought that being undead was going to be a little bit more fun.
Surprisingly, it's not that fun. Especially when you're brought back against your will, you know? I think that's why necromancers get a bad rap a lot of the time, is it's not like, well, you can ask the dead if they would like to be brought back, but not many do. So,
Ashrin, need you to roll me a religion check. And Winter, actually, also roll me a religion check.
Anima, let's go. 7.
10.
Solid. Y'all are walking west. As
Oh, no.
that's some good religion right there.
Some good-
We're walking west.
good religion.
Take me west.
If I ain't moving west, I ain't moving nowhere. Jesus take the west, let me tell you.
West is that way.
Yes, I think a lot of necromancers get a bad rap for bringing back creatures that don't necessarily want to come back. Or if you do bring creatures back, a lot of the times you don't bring their soul with them, and we're just puppets, and that's not a good way to exist. I felt bad for that creature back there. It was most likely brought back against its will, and it's not its fault.
She's gonna reach into her bag and pull out the adventurer's book and her pen, and she's gonna like just quickly scratch in always get consent, and then close the book and put it back.
Roll me an investigation as you open the book up.
Don't know why I keep using this dice. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Okay. That's 23.
Oh, okay. Good use of an inspiration. As you flip through the book, trying to find a place where you were last to write it down, you don't know what it is, but for some reason, you always open a book from the left to the right. You flip through the pages, but this time you flip it from right to left. In doing so, you catch your finger on pages that normally get missed when you thumb through from left to right, instead catching from right to left. As you do so, you find a few things hidden between some of the pages in this book. Some of the lips on the edges of this paper seem to have been intentionally lowered so that you wouldn't find them if you were to just quickly thumb through the pages. You find a few things. First off, you find a total of 12 gold between the pages, hidden in the back of the leaflets.
A heavy-ass book.
And you also find a small, what looks like a map or drawing of an almost, the best way I can describe it to you would be, well, I guess I can describe it, but like a pie with a piece sliced out of it, though there are little markings and squares within. I was going to say Pac-Man, but like a pie with a piece cut out of it with little squares marked in there and some lines that go through. It looks to be a map of some, like a very crude, quickly drawn map of a town. There is an X in one of the rectangles.
Josh, come here. I found money, and also, I think this is a map. and I pull it out and I show it to her.
Sorry, what does the map look? What does the map look like? Is it old Cora?
No, it looks to be written hastily on parchment and looks to be made in kind of crude charcoal writings, as if it would fade over time. If you were to leave it out, it might even fade just from dust eventually.
And are there like any significant landmarks on the map at all? Or
it seems to be pretty small, but go ahead and roll me an investigation.
Okay. Dicey encounters. Ready? Are you ready? Can you give me a 1? Here's my third one of the night.
So excited for something better.
Ashrin is a little pissed at you still, Winter, right? And so when you hold the map out to her, you're like, look at this. And she goes, oh yeah, really? You want me to? She crumples it up in her hand and throws it back at you. Smearing a bit of the charcoal on the map.
No, I would never do that. I would not mess up evidence.
Well, did she?
Would that be entirely against your character?
Definitely if it's charcoal and it's sensitive, then she wouldn't do that.
Okay. Instead, then.
She steps on it.
She rips it up.
I'll take it back because I'm learning your character still, of not knowing that you'd be pretty careful about that. But instead, then you go, oh, really? You think I care about this? Here, actually, I've been meaning for something for you as well. Would you look at that that I found in the pocket? She just throws it back to you, not damaging the map, but damaging your friendship a little bit, just a little bit.
Winter will remember this.
Winter will remember.
I grab the note and I like dust it off and I just look at it. And does it look to me? I would have done some study as much as I could of what Cora was like before all of this happened to it. Does it look like I can identify where this might be based off of
you
the
could
studying
cross
that I've
out
done?
with your previous knowledge, because you were both preparing to come here. You could cross out that it is not the capital.
Okay.
This is definitely a smaller town or location. Not small, but smaller than the capital city. Old Cora used to have a bustling castle and a huge location with large defensive walls on the side of a hill, but this doesn't seem to have any sort of hill location on it. There are and were small towns around Cora, but it has been a long time since anybody has come and mapped anything out in Old Cora and brought it back to the mainland.
Okay. I just kind of examine it. I'm going to put the gold in my pouch and I'm going to like study the map a little bit more and then flip it closed and put it in my bag. Okay.
You all continue walking west as this is happening. Winter writes that down, but then also takes a look at the map and stows it away for later. If you find anything that might resemble that, then okay, you're going to bring it back out. But Winter seems to think that there's nothing really to look at now, and so doesn't share it with anybody else, as pockets it, puts it away. But that survival's journal is now just a journal, and you were able to get some gold and that map hidden in the pages. It seems to be a pretty common thing around here. You recognize journals of a similar make before, but they were all kind of tattered when you were picking them up from the others. This might be a common thing that people do out here in Old Cora to hide information. As you all continue heading west for a while. In doing so, you kind of follow the path that you set out before. You go a little bit to the north just to get back to where you were, and maybe about an hour or two later, you eventually see that small patch of dead trees that is nearby where the person was basically growing out of them. Not only that, not far from there is the well that you were before. You can see it very, very far in the distance, maybe about half a mile away, but you recognize the landscape around it. Do you want to use either of these to go that direction? You could head a little bit more northwest, or you could keep heading directly west. As Exy has pointed out, west.
West is that way.
Can I start actually as we move trying to like keep create a map of sorts in my book? So writing out the landmarks that we've come across. I've been sketching the undead that we have come across so far, so I'd like to kind of, we've been to one point and now back to the well and to the wall. I'd like to make notes of those.
Do you have cartographer's tools?
No.
You can still do it, but without cartographer's tools, you're just going to roll a base survival to try and make a crude map.
Yeah.
Okay.
No cartographer's tools. I don't think. Let me double check, but I don't think.
About how long would Winter be doing this for? Roughly about 10 minutes?
Depends on the roll and how crude this map is.
Yeah. No, it's just going to be in that just in that diary.
Okay. So go ahead and roll me a survival then.
It's a 1.
As
oh no.
Okay, now as you slid the note back in the diary, you decide it's time to make a map of your own. In doing so, you placed the note directly behind the page that you were writing upon, and placing pressure upon that first page, you start making a crude map. But your map went out of the door, went east, which is right, found well, also trees, dead guy, sent him back, went further, there was a mountain, and it takes up a whole page. You don't have the forethought to think, oh, well, if I'm making a big map, I need to make something big. You can tape them all together later. But as you're done writing, you begin to see a bit of charcoal come out of the bottom as if it's been displaced from the next page. As you go, no, as you flip and take a look at the map. Your map has been essentially rubbed off onto this other map. And so this kind of like triangle pattern in which you have walked so far is wiped away from that map. You're basically removing any semblance of roads that would have been on this map.
Winter is just gonna sit down in the dirt. She's been walking as she goes. She's gonna just straight up sit down, legs crossed, dirt up in the air. Ugh. This is the worst day. This is the worst day. I hate this day. This is the worst. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's the worst.
Emma pats her on the head.
Acknowledged. Today is now listed as the worst.
Why?
I'm afraid that you were right.
Recount what happened on the day from start to finish.
I am afraid that you were right, Emma. I may be babysitting them. As Ordell goes over, and he just kind of kneels down in front of you, Winter. Says, "What?"
In my book that I found that was just waiting for me, it was like, I thought that maybe the undead universe or whatever wanted me to have the book. I found the book at my feet, like, sign much. And then when I was flipping through it, I found that there was money in there, which tracks, and then a map, right? Finally, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. And then I was like, you know what would be really smart? Because believe it or not, although I'm not demonstrating it, I guess, in the last couple of days, I'm quite an intelligent human being. But I found, let's draw a little map. Let's make a little doodle. Let's see if we can make sense of what's happening out here. And look at the map now.
Ordell takes a look at it and says, "It's pretty much unreadable. There's an X here in the corner. Did you make the X?"
Did I make the X?
No, you did not.
No. I guess it's just, yeah, no, there's still an X there.
Okay, well.
So if we get to the corner of a town and there's a big X, then this map might make sense again.
Ordell looks to Ashrin with a, like, what do you normally do in this situation kind of eye.
Yeah, Winter. You can get on the back now if that'll make you feel better.
Oh. And Winter's gonna stand up and jump on the back of the horse, kind of like kicking her feet in the dirt.
What a brilliant idea. And Emma's gonna into the ring. But while in the ring, there is something I would like to do. Uh-oh.
That would be?
Accidentally hit. Sorry, I accidentally hit the cord on my monitor and everything just failed.
Oh, good.
I would like to take my jaw off and sit for 10 minutes and ritually cast Identify and see what happened to my jaw.
Sounds good. As Emma disappears into the ring, a loud sigh is let out from Ordell as he's still kind of kneeling there as Winter. You're like, that would help. And you get up onto the horse as he pulls himself kind of up. And it's just, he puts his hand on the back of the horse before he takes some rope out from one of the pouches and ties the crag of meat to the side of it so he can stop carrying it for a little bit. Dusts his hands off before he looks to you, Alex, XC. He looks to you, XC, and over to Ashrin. Says, okay, we're west from where we were. Do we want to stay going west?
I don't know.
I'm going to try to be more subtle about it now, but I will take my dagger out, and since I'm higher, oh no, Emma's gone.
Emma's
Yeah,
gone. Yeah, screw Emma.
I'll make sure the ring is facing outwards so she can't see what's happening. And small thing, take it out while we're riding. While I'm even gripping the reins, I'll just cut. And yeah, and Audrey. Augury.
And Audrey. I asked my friend Audrey. You think it's a good idea, girl? So, Ashrin, you flip the ring around, and everyone's so meta and method tonight as Emma is no longer able to see what you're doing. Flipping it away, you take and cut a small cut into the palm of your hand, and in doing so, the blade pulls the blood back into the ruby bottom of this dagger. You close your eyes and think. What is your question? West? Basically with a question mark?
Is continuing west a good idea?
You think in your head, you just kind of close your eyes for a minute. And almost like when somebody shines a brilliantly bright light in front of your eyelids where you can still see the light, and it kind of looks red in this culmination of all the colors at once behind you, and it still hurts even though your eyes are closed. You see wheel written in lights behind your eyelids.
Wheel?
Did I say it wrong? The good one. It's wheel and woe, correct? For augury?
Oh, you know what? I'm going to assume that yes, you are correct.
Well, I will double check as we... yeah, wheel for good results. I was right. W-E-A-L.
Got it. Then yes. Oh, so after that happens, we put it back. We'll clean it, but then put it back in its little holster.
Make sure you mark the damage.
Yep. Thank you for the reminder. Done, Sills.
Ryan? Can I confirm if XC saw?
Ashrin was trying to hide it from Emma, but not necessarily anybody else. It was visible. You didn't see the words, but you saw her cut her hand and the magic go inside the ruby.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I think continuing west is not a bad idea.
Winter's gonna just lean forward and hug Ashen. Something a little bit familiar, a little bit like home.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I shouldn't have left you to get kidnapped by a big bone creature and then put in a cage and starved to death. I'm sorry.
Fair, but I'm sorry for your bad day.
Thanks. West?
West is that way.
West.
West. You all continue going further west. It's maybe about 5 o'clock at this point when you start going to the west. And we'll get to Emma's description when one of the dumb brothers gets back, and we can give that to him. Otherwise, or I could give you all the description and then he can just guess about it. But you all continue further to the west. You begin to see the sun set behind you as you do so. It takes a while, but you just kind of keep going until it starts to get closer to nightfall. You saw the well from before, you saw the trees. You're kind of heading a bit to the northwest, as going any further south would lead you to the gate, the lead gate that you came from. And so you're going west, but a little bit in a northward style, though mostly just by how the land kind of takes you in that direction more than anything. As you're all walking, I need a perception check from everybody.
Yeah. All right. Back from Dice Rehab. They rolled me a 17 plus 4. 21.
21.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
16.
Everybody's back from Dice Rehab except Wardell. I rolled very low. And Emma is not paying attention. As you're all walking along and just kind of having small conversation between each other, though Ordell does not participate much in it, and Emma definitely does not inside the ring. But as you're walking along, you see fence posts that indicate this might have used to have been a road here that you're on. It's kind of like a small little crossroads where there would have been a sign that leads north and back the way you came. It's broken off, and you can't find the actual head of it where it would tell you what towns are around. There's just the empty post there on this corner. You can barely make out tracks that might have once led to a pathway that led to the north. But other than that, you can't see much from here. There's just this spot where there is an edging and a corner to fences.
I mean, fences mean town, right? Ash, look.
Think so.
And town means people, even if they are a little less alive.
It's something. It's more organized than open land. It's a clue, a hint. I'm not sure, but it's something.
Shall we head in?
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
Heading north then? Or what are we doing?
Heading towards the fences.
Okay, so you're currently at the small little. You're basically at what is the remainder of a cornered fence post, where there would have been a post there that gave you directions to multiple places. It's a small bit of fence, maybe 10 feet one way, 10 feet the other.
Okay. I'm with you.
That's my bad. I should have described it better.
I mean, can I hop down off the horse and see if I can like investigate that area a little bit, see if there's any signs other than the fence post?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll an investigation. Emma, while Winter is doing that, Emma, you take a look at your jaw.
Poking at my little one gold tooth.
One gold tooth at the bottom. You set it down before you and begin your ritual identification. This happened a while ago, but you're mulling on it now. As you look down at your jaw, you draw out your runic circle before eventually you finish your ritual and you catch the essence of what is within your jaw. there is written on your jaw, on the inside that you have yet to look at. You placed it, you took it off, set it straight down. There is writing on the inside of your jaw. There is a ward to where if somebody reads that, something will activate. You do not know what it is, but you recognize the magics of the ward. If you flip that around and take a look at what it is, whatever it is will activate. If anybody sees your jaw right under your chin there, that ward will activate if they can read that language.
Huh. Okay. Is it in a language I know?
It seems... You want to check? What languages do you know? I would let you know if you know the general etchings from the spell that was cast through your identification.
So Emerald knows Celestial, Common, Infernal, and Abyssal, and Draconic.
You do know one of those languages. It's the etchings that most magical runes are made in, Draconic.
And from Identify, I know that if it's red, that something happens.
Correct.
Then I will not read it inside my ring. And I will put my jaw back on and pop back out.
You put your jaw back on like a rat trap stuck to somebody's face, waiting for them to activate it and it to go off. You have a new sense of... You kind of keep your chin down a little bit as you look at your companions here, as you out of the ring into this small cornered fence post area. Winter, what was your investigation?
19.
19. You step out where the fence post was. Emma materializes before you can just shake it away and look around for anything that would indicate besides just this northern road. There is a small kind of dead bush here that's next to this fence post. There's not much that you can make out, but you do see a small corner as if the pointed angle of the end of a fence post. You reach down, grab it out of the bush, and it's broken off as if the other part of the fence post has long since been lost, but you get the end, and you can only see or make out 3 letters. N-O-V.
N-O-V. N-O-V. N-O-V. Does that mean anything to me?
You can roll me a history check.
Okie dokie. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You look, based on the location that you're at, you pull out one of your old books. You say, hold on. Flip through, trying to prove your intelligence. You've had so much bad luck, you need to show that you are an equal member of this party. Flipping through. There is mention of an old town that started with the letters N-O-V. Novigrad. As you look at it, you've heard that it has long since been destroyed, but you have the end of it, and so you can at least point where you're at now a little bit. You kind of have a little bit of an orientation here.
N-O-V. Novigrad.
Novigrad?
See, I know things. I know things sometimes. City.
Also, the old party did go there in the last campaign and season, and that's the last... that's the only town that is a reference to my buddy's campaign that we play in. The one with the GFYs, that was the town that we did a lot on there. So that's homage both in GFYs and Novigrad. So NOV is what you see on the end of the sign.
I mean, it must be Novigrad. What direction is it pointing?
It's not pointing anywhere because it was found dead in the dirt.
Right, it's in the bush. Okay. Do I know kind of where Novigrad is? Is it
from where you came out in the gate? It would have been north, and you've gone west far enough that there's a good potential, not a guarantee, but a good potential that this kind of pathway that leads to the north might take you to that town.
So Exy, do you have any recollection, memory, like stored information about if
Before you
Novigrad.
finish speaking, just when you say stored information about, Xy's right eye flickers to purple for a split second. An image appears in its equivalent of its mind. Xy is standing in a lineup, dozens of other Warforged to their left and to the right, all standing at attention, unmoving and watching closely to the figure in front of them. A speech transpires. The words irrelevant. The intent important. War is here. We are right. They are wrong. We must fight for what is right. Illogical. No programming. Our programming will make sure that we fight for what is right. Biological's use of time is illogical. This speech concludes. Cheers erupt from around the arena. I am in an arena. Instinctively. Programmed. Xy right up raises and salutes. In a perfectly timed moment with every other Warforged in line. Perfectly timed. No biological delays. A data point is stored. Biological's concept of time may be flawed. The data point, memory fades. Xy begins to move again. It looks around at its current regiment. Let's be honest, its current ragtag squad. No idea what happened to the rest of its wartime squad, but that is a question for another time. It surveys its squad, noting the biologicals and the unsureness of what they say. Are undead biologicals still under the restraints of their biology? Tests and observing will have to be concluded to that question, all in a split second, if only biologicals were as efficient.
As without any sort of step or stop in Winter's speech pattern, you continue. You just see its eyes flash purple for a second. None of that enters your mind.
With your stored memories and the things that you've experienced before, do you know if Novigrad is that direction in the north, that what west might lead to?
That's going to be a Ryan question.
Go ahead and roll. I'd allow you to roll a history on that.
That's a 5.
You were often deployed behind enemy lines. You've heard of Novigrad. It's the first city that you would come to if you came from Ludrith. So it's very likely that you were never there, but that's because you were so deep into enemy lines. So
Novigrad is the first city when approaching from Ludrith. I have not recollected being there. I am usually deep behind enemy lines.
I've been to Novigrad.
You have?
Emma, roll me a history.
Granted, it was 903 years ago, but dirty 20.
You remember, Novigrad had 2 prevailing religions, the overall necromantic religion of Korra, and the great sacred white flame that sat at the center of town. They may have been at odds with each other before the war even began, and this definitely would have been a point of contention for those there.
You would have liked it, Winter. You would have liked it a lot. Lots of necromancy and things where necromancy was actually permitted back in that time. In fact, they used it for war. Funny enough. It's where a lot of your unwilling come from.
Doesn't really sound like what you should use necromancy for war.
People are dumb.
Can confirm people are dumb.
Do you think that we should continue west, or would we benefit from going to Novigrad?
Well, like I said, it's been about 900 years since I've been to Novigrad, and from what I understand, everything's demolished and broken and that, so I don't know. Most likely not even there anymore.
Doesn't look like there's much of anything anywhere.
Wonder if my old family home's still there. Not in Novigrad. I wonder. I don't know. It's up to you.
Cash.
It's still your day.
Oh, it is too. It is my day. The worst day.
Whatever will make your day better. I like the idea of a city, even fallen, because it's at least something organized opposed to free roaming, but that's just my opinion.
Have you had any insight? You know?
Emma looks like, what was that?
Novigrad was to the north, right, Ryan?
Correct.
I mean, when I reached out, I asked if west is the best way to go, and west was the way. It's kind of a yes or no answer. It didn't allude to north, so.
You have been traveling for 3 hours since that original augury. You have been going west that whole time, just FYI.
Got it.
It is getting close to nightfall. Sun is setting.
Would my background know anything about Novigrad?
I would say no. It would be too southern for you to have known anything about it.
Got it. Thank you. I asked about west, and that was about 3 hours ago, so I don't really know at this point.
Well, okay, it's my day. Even if it's the worst day, I can do this. I will make a choice. It's good to go where every town has a name. So let's go north to Novigrad.
Brie, I want you to look in the camera and
way.
tell me if you made a Cheers reference.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, that's a GFY for Brie. That's her first one of this season. Good. Proud of you.
That was good.
I'm sure I don't know what you're speaking about, Ryan.
Of course, who would? The only two people who haven't
worth it.
earned a GFY yet are Jackie and Alex. We'll get them there.
What is a GFY?
More like what's Cheers?
What's Cheers? As, of course, it's good to go where every town knows your name, Winter says.
To Novigrad.
Fine.
Novigrad it is.
I've got my big girl pants on, and we're going to Novigrad.
And Winter, while we go there, if you could keep an eye out for skulls for me, roughly this size. And Emma just like references her head.
You might be able to find one on your own if you're not always in the ring.
There's so many books and good things to read in there, though.
And you were in there for 800 years, and you won't let us forget about it.
And I have read each book about 5 times each, and you know what? It's good to have stability in your life and reread things over and over because they don't let you down.
Can we go in the ring?
No.
Oh. Is that me not being allowed in the ring? Or can I not get in the ring?
You do not want them at your home.
You physically cannot get inside the ring.
Can your books get out of the ring?
Yeah. Like I said, I can bring things in there and I can bring things out.
Very
interesting.
interesting.
I probably still have an old map of, I hate calling it this, I guess old Asterion now.
I'm sorry. You have a map?
Well, from 900 years ago, but...
Emerald Ghoulcrest.
Emma sees this face. Sorry, go ahead, X.
Pain in my ass. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
Please define thing.
Thing
you can bring into your ring.
It would have to be non. And then Emma looks. I wonder. No. You see, the downside to this is you've already mentioned it. You run off souls, do you not?
1 soul, that is correct.
You wouldn't be able to then.
Emma, roll an arcane check or arcana.
That's an 18 plus 4, so 22.
There is one way you can go into the ring.
If we were to remove that soul, you could come into the ring.
Not that problem. Not that way.
2 ways you can get to the ring.
Not that way. Let me clarify a few things here.
If we killed you, I could bring a
Hold up.
corpse
No.
into the ring.
The opposite, actually. 2 ways, I guess. How did you get
And
stuck in the
then-
ring?
There is the other way. You could be tricked by a fickle bitch of a thing. And Emma just stops and looks around.
Emma, I'm going to need you to make a charisma saving throw for me.
Hey, that's the saving throw is +6, so I got a 17 and then add 6, so whatever that number is.
Emma,
Math.
as you curse the one who gives you some of your power, you utter the words in the air. You feel the cold shiver down your spine. You begin to feel the hand crawl up your spinal column that you felt so many times before you shake it off. For 800 years, you have cursed this thing's name. You were used to it. You find your center and continue. But you did feel something on your back.
There are genies, and they can curse you inside of things when you're helpful to them and get them out of things. So yes, if you wanted to go inside the ring and be able to do that, then yes, make a deal with a genie and then have it turn on you because you were just being good. And Emma's just gonna like ramble on in like circles of this conversation, just like clearly agitated.
Do I know about that kind of magic?
You can roll Arcana on that.
Trying to find a dice that's not gonna fuck me.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
No, this one.
Oh, this one didn't even buy you dinner.
Nope.
What'd you get?
Still got 12 because I have +8 to Arcana.
As you think on Emma's words, okay, you know that genies exist largely through children's tales, but you know that with enough talk that there is some truth behind rumors. Eventually, if you hear it over and over again, there must be some truth, but you've never investigated it far enough to really know what they are or what they do. But obviously they must be true. They must exist.
Do I feel like it's safe for Ash to wear that ring?
You haven't exactly heard a story where genies didn't do something good. Most of the time they grant wishes. Emma must have brought this upon herself.
Checks. That was a lot. Thank you for sharing, Emma. Exy, I would probably stay outside of the ring for now. And to Novigrad.
Correct. You should probably stay outside of the ring for now.
On a positive note, I'm sure they also worshipped my deity there, so maybe we can go make prayers if there's still a shrine, which I doubt, but there is. We should go.
Hey. We've been east, we've been west, and now we shall go north.
Perfect.
Ashrin, how long does your fide steed last for? I'm pretty sure it's 8 hours, correct?
What I was trying to find it.
Also, I love all the theories going on in chat down there. of how to somehow get XC into the ring.
I don't.
Just
I
remove
haven't
the
found
soul.
the
Just kill
limit.
him.
I think it's just till it's dead, Ryan.
Okay.
Fine, Steve.
I might be thinking summon
Yeah.
steed. That's 8 hours. Cool. Right. As you all head to the north, the sun begins setting. At some point, one party member in particular, not to raise hands at who, will want to rest before going through the night. But you can head north for a while. Just because the sun is down doesn't necessarily mean you have to stop. There's no like outcroppings or trees near here to where you could find any direct shelter. You would be camping much like you did that one night, very much out in the open if you stopped here. Or you could continue following this path to the north. It will be a bit harder to do at night as it's just harder to see. What are we doing?
Winter is full on asleep on the horse.
We'll say that you guys go for about half an hour before Winter starts like closing her eyes. It's about 9 o'clock at this point. You'll have had a very, very long day and lots of anxiety, lots of adrenaline pumping. It kind of makes you just slow down and get tired for a bit. Though Winter needs more sleep than others, you all do feel tired from all of the walking from the day.
I'll let Winter rest her head on my shoulders. I'm assuming she's like leaning forward. Do you mind if we rest? I know you all don't need to, but us biological ones do.
I'm fine.
Right. And just pat you on your head.
Can Emma get right next to Winter, look up and sleep?
Do you cast sleep?
No, it's just her saying it.
Though, okay. I was going to say, you could command her again. Winter.
Okay.
You didn't even hear Emma last time because it was a magical command. You just fell asleep and don't remember that having happened. However, this time, Emma walks next to the warhorse, looks up about 3 feet to your head. Sleep.
We can stop if you think that that's best, Emma. I mean, Bone Queen.
Fine.
Sleep it is.
I'm getting a little sleepy.
Do you want dinner before you sleep? We've got all of these gragums.
Do you think that it's okay for us to eat some of them? How long?
Well, we'd have to cook them.
Oh. Can I just put it on fire?
That's how it works.
Sure. Is anyone else hungry?
No. Ordell says as he takes all of them off and sets them down on a small little pack before grabbing a few dead branches off to the side, basically trying to set up a little spit to where you can roast it on a fire if you'd like to. He starts doing some survival work. Let's see how well he does that.
Hey, Emma, do you have a cookbook in there?
Oh, absolutely.
Emma.
And comes out with 5 books, again with the Edward Stilton book about cheese. The other, we've got 4 other delicious cooking books. The one that's about how to turn bones to broth. You've got another one that's just plainly about roasted meats, and things of that nature. Emma just lays them all bare.
I don't think that Winter has ever cooked anything for herself before, but she's going to try and do a study session on how to prepare food, and then do her best to make her and Ash something to eat.
You quickly create a small flame in your hand as you read through the book, just kind of flipping and thumbing through. Okay, you feel like you could maybe give this a shot. There is a large haunch of meat that Ordell sets up on a spit and creates a few rocks around what could be a small little campfire area. There are some dead branches underneath it just to give you something going. You don't really need any kindling. You can just create fire. He's seen, so he doesn't even bother going to grab any. But Winter, if you'd like to try and make something tasty for you and Ash, you definitely could.
Yeah, I want to put in extra effort, so any of the mistakes that I make, I'd like to be on my portion. And then like try out different techniques and give the best of what I'm able to muster to Ash.
Are you going to magically season it or season it with things you have on your person?
I do not have the ability to magically season it.
You don't have prestidigitation?
I do not.
Perfect.
I have minor illusion.
This unwilling does.
She makes like, do you like this butter on there with minor illusion? It's a placebo. It works.
It looks so pretty. So
No worries. You find
I can't.
a few dead bushes and things around of old. Maybe these are spices. The book says that you could find some things in here. So if you're going to do that, do you have cook's utensils? If not, then what we're going to do is have you roll survival check.
I have nothing.
Survival it is.
Okie dokie. Oh. That's a tasty one. It says that I need a little bit of brown sugar, and dirt is brown. So if I just grab like a clump of dirt and then I just like massage that into the meat, it looks right. And then this leaf, that looks like it could be a bay leaf, and I'm gonna like shove it into the meat. And then everything's better with fire.
You actually know to create a. You don't have to burn this. You can control your fire. You're magical. However, as you are putting the seasonings on, you turn to a page that talks about clay cooked meats, where you encapsulate the whole thing in clay, but you can only see a little clay in the ground. So that it's probably more about just having some on there. As you put little spots of clay, you think you find a rosemary bush. What actually is roses without the stems, as the thorns go right underneath the skin of the ram on the leg that you set there, as you say, all right, voila, this will be good. With the combined roll from Ordell's survival check, you've been messing with the meat, you create the fire, and it roasts for a while. After about, this is a big honking piece of meat, right? This is one of those giant ram's legs. It's going to take a while for this thing to cook. Ordell just basically just flipping it every now and again on the edge of the spit as it's going. XC, you take a look, and you don't eat, but you don't ever remember there's supposed to be thorns coming out of food. You normally take those out, as you see poking through the skin of this ram leg.
I'm starting to get like hungry and impatient. Can I just be like blasting it a little bit with flames while Aldell's not looking? Like just being like, well, this will heat it up.
You create a small jet of flame, almost like a blowtorch against the edge of it. And let me clarify when I said you and Ordell's combined, because after about half an hour where you're putting a little bit of extra flame on it every time he's not looking, his survival roll was a 2 base. So after you've been heating it for a while, Ordell flips it over. The whole thing falls off of the spits that are holding it up, and it lands in the embers and ash from below. As it does so, Ordell, he tries to like grab it out from the bottom. In doing so, he pricks his hand on the thorns from the bush that you put inside the meat, and he leaves it there a bit too long. This comes out after a long time of cooking. Longer than you think. You were trying to be extra certain, as pseudo ram jerky still stuck to the leg and bone of this thing. It is tough. You think you almost somehow made hardtack out of meat. It's not a good thing what's happening here.
Why
but
do I let you read my books if you're not going to read them? And Emma takes back all 5 books and back into the ring and then comes back out.
Winter and Ashwin, there is a lot of food here. It's just not all that good, is the best way to put it. But you could definitely sustain yourself tonight and for multiple days off of this. You just won't be happy about it. Also, aloof is a fool, so hardtack out of meat. So, like jerky, that's generous.
Have you ever bought jerky for dogs?
And then
That
ate it,
kind of
Drew?
jerky. No. Where it is, you have your normal jerky, which still has like a little bit of give to it. Whereas when you buy
Yeah.
jerky for like animals, it
Oh,
is
yeah.
like you could smack someone and hurt them with it.
Like it's like we have rawhide. You have made rawhide.
It's sustenance.
Do you both try it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a con save.
Okay. 14.
Winter doesn't want to look up. I'm okay.
17.
17. Okay. You both take a look at your hunches of meat here. This should be dark meat, but it shouldn't be this dark. As you take a few bites, you eat around the thorns. You're able to assuredly not bite into those. And as you're doing so, almost like fish bones, you pull them out so that you don't have to deal with them later. You also begin to see some of the meat turn a weird color next to where the thorns were, as if there was a bit of toxin on these thorns. Ordell doesn't seem to be bothered by it. However, he doesn't have living flesh as you eat your meat and decide to cut those bits out. But you've probably got 3 days worth of meat here. It's just not going to be a fun 3 days. You have no problems eating it, but again, you're not happy about it.
I call it Ram Surprise. It says little built-in handles in there. Did you notice them?
You might want to clean that a little bit. Emma will use some prestidigitation to at least clean the dirt off the meat.
Emma could have seasoned it herself. Anywho, Emma just wipes away the dirt and some of the char. Wonder goes, call it Ram's surprise. As we'll pause there to 7:59. How about we come back in 7 minutes, and we'll be back at 8:06. Take a small little break. If you haven't done so yet, enter the giveaway, and right when we get back, we'll do the giveaway, and we're just going to continue right on from there. Sound good, everybody?
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Sounds
we'll see
great.
you in 7 minutes. BRB. We back, and we got the Jakey boy back. We just traded for Ashrin, so Ashrin's gone, but hey, Jakey's here. Glad to be back. Let's go ahead and do that giveaway and continue right on from there. So Lana or John, I'm not sure who it is tonight, but whichever one of you is going to rock that. Let's see who's going to win the very first set of the Mind Flayer dice. Oh, Lonely Utopian has won. Congratulations. You win one of the Hollow Mind Flayer dice sets. Super excited for you. Congrats. Another giveaway for more Hollow Mind Flayer dice is coming up, continuing on. So if you didn't win, you can win right now. Let's continue. As Winter, you and Ashton were barely chowing down on the food, but still able to eat. It seems that people were winding down for the night. That being said, if you're not wanting to take a rest, if you're wanting to scout, work on any sort of book, anything like that, you can do that. You just let me know. So what is everybody doing, or is it trying to rest and get ready for the next morning?
I'm inspo farming.
Ba-ding! +1. They're so cute.
And that is as well. That's why I have a floating head, because I am feeding baby girl.
Alex, when is your regularly scheduled inspo drop?
In about an hour.
Cool. I figured. So yeah, what is everybody doing?
Activating Overwatch procedure.
XC powers down and begins kind of putting his head on a slight tilt that barely imperceptibly moves, slowly rotating around the camp.
Emma's gonna actually move away from the group a little bit to a more secluded area, and Emma's going to try and contact her deity.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Ordell, you've been watching this whole time, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure if it was stated. I caught as much as I could.
Okay.
But Ordell is gonna take because I had the 2 weeks of meat I'm going to take the second ladder week and I'm going to start curing it and using my grappling hook because I have no rope or chain now. So I just have a grappling hook, which is great. But I'm going to use that to like hang up the meat and cure it.
I'm
Oh,
gonna go
the
ahead
notes are
and
in. Sorry.
have you roll a survival check because when you were gone, my survival check roll for you combined with Winter's did not work out.
Great.
And so Winter and Asherin have been
Ooh.
chewing on some straight up
That
char.
will work out. That will work out. That's a 22 total. 18 plus 4.
This time, Ordell, you have rectified your spit that you created with the meats and instead just created with sticks an almost pseudo ladder that you're just leaving next to the fire, slowly allowing these things to be covered in the smoke. You don't have a great area. You have nothing enclosed around here. You could do it more quickly, so it'll probably take you another day of trying this, but you can get the smoking started on these things. Winter, what are you doing during this time?
Winter is pretty sleepy. I'm gonna jot down notes very carefully in my journal about our first full day out here beyond the wall, and the creatures that we encountered, and try and do some nice little sketches and things in my journal.
Perfect.
Taking a little bit more time than I usually would after the map disaster.
We'll go to Asherin as soon as she gets back. But Emma, as you walk to the edge of the camp, what to others would look like a typical bathroom type trek is just Emma walking into the darkness by herself here. How are you trying to contact your deity?
Sorry, my monitor decided to crap out. There we go. So Emma is going to kind of kneel down and she grasps a hold of the holy symbol and just kind of mutters it out and says, so it's been a while. You consider, I guess, 800 years a while, but hey, still around.
As you look down around, trying to find some sign of your deity, trying to hear back, go ahead and roll me a percentile.
It's going to be a 16.
16. You look up in the night sky, trying to find a sign in the stars, but you've moved further west and a bit to the north now. You're getting under those roiling clouds from above. Maybe there's a sign in the stars, but you're not able to see it. You sit alone at the edge of the camp as you hear the fire crack in the distance.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to ruin this moment. But Zoe just fully projectile vomited everywhere. Not just a spit up, but I think maybe an illness vomit. So unfortunately, like I think the entire contents of her stomach are on me at the
moment.
Poor baby.
So
Oh no.
I might have to leave.
That's okay.
Because I am drenched and unsure of how well she is.
That's okay. We can change things around.
Winter, get
Feel
some
better.
sleep.
Yeah, Winter,
So
go to sleep.
So if you feel like tying Winter to a horse and having an activity while she has a real deep sleep for a while,
shouldn't have eaten that meat.
you're lucky this is in black and white. Like,
yes, we are. Oh,
I'm so sorry, guys.
no worries at all.
This is a shower situation. I love you.
Go for it.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I'm so sorry.
It's totally fine. If Brie's camera's changing, we're gonna zoom over to here and do a couple quick camera rearrangements as I open up Jakey's thing and
There's
swap
only allowed to be 4 of us tonight. That's it.
That's it. As let's move over to here. Okay, so everybody bear with me.
Brie confirmed to be the same person.
As oh gosh, yeah, I'll have to move a few things around. That's okay. We will make it work. As Emma, you sit there in the dust listening for something, but hear no reply. Perhaps it's your absence and a lack of desire to respond to you. Perhaps there is nothing to respond to, but you sit alone in the dust for a while.
That's all right. I'm persistent. I'll try again tomorrow. Have a good night.
Emma, you return back to camp. Everyone seems to be going about their business. Since Ashrin is not here, we're going to say that Ashrin does something very similar to Winter and kind of ponders over her pack and kind of eventually decides, all right, it's sleep time. She does tie up the horse to her pack to where it can't go away. She has kind of a decent amount of control over this horse here, but she still isn't fully trusting of it yet. Every time she makes a new one, it is a slight variation on the old horse, even if it is just the spirit of one from before. We should be good as far as cameras are concerned now. So we're back. With that, it seems that everybody is planning to rest. As Ordell, you're planning on smoking the meat. Emma, you return to camp and rest with everyone else. XC, I need you to roll me a perception as you are on Overwatch.
13 plus 7 is 20.
20. As you sit there in the dark, to the north, barely, almost imperceptibly, you hear shouting in the distance. It seems to be carried on the wind in your direction, though there is no wind around you to speak of. It sounds to be angry or scared. You're not sure what it is. They definitely seem to be cries in language and not just anguish. There's some shouting about it, but you're not sure what it is.
How close to Ordell?
With your 20, you're not certain. With no wind and nothing to carry this language, and you don't see anything out there. You angle your head and look.
No, sorry. Right, how close to Ordell, physical Ordell in camp am I?
Oh, sorry, Ordell. Yeah. Ordell is maybe about 10 feet away, just on the other edge of the fire.
Is Ordell currently awake?
Yeah, Ordell doesn't have to sleep, so every maybe half an hour or so, just kind of gets up and checks the meat, flips them over, and makes sure they're getting an even smoke layer. At this point, yeah, he's up.
All right, I will raise my right hand, flick my two fingers together, in effect, like flint and tinder attached to them goes off, a little spark, trying to get Ordell's attention.
Yeah, Ordell gets up and just kind of rolls his shoulder and walks over.
Yes, what is it?
And without saying anything, I just point to where ears normally are and point in the direction it's coming from.
I just sit and listen.
Ordell, you try and hear something, but you don't hear anything on the wind. You kind of do the trying to feel where the wind is coming from, but it's a very, very still night. You can hear some rolling thunder far, far in the distance. Perhaps XC heard that, but you don't hear anything that XC points out.
What did you hear, XC?
The screams that you heard before have since died down, XC.
It sounded like someone screaming. It may be a glitch.
How close?
Unknown.
Well, I don't hear anything now, but if you hear it again, notify me immediately. We can get the others up and start to move.
Affirmative.
Thank you, XC. You're doing wonderfully.
XC,
I go
you
back to Overwatch.
return, power down, watch out over the night. Do that. Nothing else approaches your camp. It's a very, very still night here. You can hear the thunder of the roiling clouds further to the north. It's not very often, maybe once every half an hour or so, you just hear as if the thunder is crawling across the clouds. But an uneventful night before the sun finally rises, and you can still see it through the bit of sky that isn't covered to the east. It's dark here, even in the daylight, but it's
just
kind of
before
that.
the sun rises.
Yeah.
Ryan, if I'm going to jump in, I'm going to just pull out my tinkerer's tools and make a little bit of ammunition.
Okay. If you still have time to rest during that time, so go ahead and roll me a check for that, since you have tinkerer's tools.
Yep.
As
All right,
everyone
so
waits in
16.
silence. 16. You are able to craft ammunition. What type of ammunition are you trying to make? Regular?
Depending on time frame, I'd like to craft 4 regular and 1 irregular.
As you look down at the materials that you have in your pack and some of the junk that Ordell brought in his, you kind of reach over and grab some, assuming that he won't really need it. It's just bits and scraps of metal. You go over to the magical fire that was created by Winter and are able to smith and forge up some with your tinkerer's tools, getting it just hot enough to create. You're only going to be able to do one of those things. You could make either the 4 regular or the 1 irregular.
Got you. I actually have. Tell you what, I got a little description of me working on it. So
yeah, please.
XC sits down and pulls out its pack of small trinkets. It's the first thing you've seen XC handle that looks like new. Every piece of it's still pristine. XC sets up the kit. There are tongs, a small cauldron, what looks like some kind of fire starter, some weird hollow mallet, and other items you're not sure what they do. As you watch, XC slowly and meticulously begins to make a bullet. You still don't truly understand how it was made, yet after watching the process, after seeing the metal melted down and popped into the hollow mallet and swung around, there lies the bullet, perfectly shaped and ready to go. As you continue to watch, you notice a couple that take considerably longer to make, having had extra liquid and powder added into the metal at different stages of the creation process. These you notice have a different color once finished, only a couple, but you're sure that something extra would happen when fired.
Are you going to make the 1 irregular or the 4 regular bullets?
At the moment, I'm going to make the 4 regulars.
Okay, sounds good. As Emma and Ordell, everyone kind of wakes up briefly, but Emma and Ordell, since they don't have to fully rest, are able to observe part of this process, as XC seems to churn out 4 small, round bullets, as if meant for a musket, before sliding them back and powering down. Another hour passes by and the sun rises. Again, it's very dark, like it's a thunderstormy day where everything is just kind of blocked. You can still tell there is sunlight providing light, but it's just stuck behind the clouds. As the path is much more visible now, you can see a road that once was that leads off to the north that you could follow. Is that the plan? What are we doing? As if we were going back in order, it is XC's day.
Yeah, I was about to ask Ordell, whose day is it?
I would believe it's XC's day, if XC wishes to take it. But before we leave, Emma, I'd like to ask you a favor.
Sure.
You've magically changed things before. I've cured this meat well. It's good as cured meat goes, but I don't know if our friends will find it as palatable. Could you help me with that?
Give me a moment. And Emma into the ring, and then comes back out with a book. And the title of the book is How to Make Food Taste Better. And
who's it by?
Well, it's not necessary. There's actually 2 authors with this book. One is
must have been very difficult back then to have 2 authors. This must be quite the book.
One is it's just mentioned as a ghost author, as most of the recipes in here were derived from this one person, but they didn't actually write the book. It's someone that was impressed with this person on how they could, make food better. The second author isn't really important. It's just like a simple name like John
I'm gonna
Smith.
just jump in, guys. Our stream dropped.
Yeah.
For about a minute.
I'm loading it up on my end to see what's going on.
They hear my voice.
Oh, I guess if you refresh, people are saying it's back. I don't know what happened. Nothing's paused on my end. As you know, normally it shows it breaking down.
Just as you jumped into the ring, Emma.
So if that's the last thing,
welcome back, everybody.
You've got more time to come up with authors.
No. So Emma pops back out with a book, and there's two authors, but one's more of a ghost author, and the only name that's listed with that ghost writer is Humatranu. And then the actual author of the book is just some random generic name like John Smith. But yeah, it's a book about how to use prestidigitation to make food taste better.
Ordell.
Emma flips through the book a little bit.
Emma shows you a particularly potent page of magic that seems to almost describe the magical process for creating rosemary out of thin air.
I mean, I will be frank, I am magically inept, so by all means.
And I guess I like hold up my hook of meat, not really sure what to do.
Okay, let's do this. And Emma's gonna use prestidigitation.
What are you flavoring this meat like?
So it's goat in essence. So there's gonna be garlic, rosemary, a little bit of thyme, some olive oil, and lemon.
Cool. I thought when you were saying goat, you were going to be like, well, it's jerk now. That's, but Ordell, the scent wafts to your nose, and it smells quite good. If you were to ever choose to eat anymore, it's purely for pleasure, and this seems like something that you might want to, but you don't have to ever have a bite.
Thank you.
What's going on? Twitch is being a silly.
Or my little try.
It's honestly actually what I put on my lamb. And we're back. So those seasonings, just to remind Ordell, was lemon, garlic, rosemary, salt, of course, olive oil, and thyme.
As Emma twitches, trying to get the seasoning on there with magic, because for some reason the twitch just isn't working in this magical. You know, it's your typical magical twitch, but it's not working, though it seems to be working on everybody else's end. I'm not having an internet problems. We're still connected. Either way, bear with us as Emma twitches and creates a magical essence that Ordell, again, you don't have to eat. You only eat for pleasure now if something smells particularly good. This, however, does smell particularly good. Up to you if you want to eat it, but you don't have to.
Ordell's just going to fix it to his shoulder so it's like hanging from his bag, because now at this point he's basically cooked, cured, and organized everything.
It still will take a little bit more time for you to cook this meat. It is just properly seasoned and halfway smoked.
Okay, I will make that my hobby next couple nights.
Ordell, if you would like, you could keep it more cleanly and put it inside the ring if you'd like. Instead of, rolling around with dust in the air, and if you wanted better tasting meat, I suppose.
Sure. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with magic and things, so I'm still trying to wrap my mind around most of this. But your capabilities are greatly appreciated, and I hope you know that.
If you could just set it on the ground so I can hug it.
Now you very much lost me.
And I'm going to put the hook down.
Emma wraps her arms and legs around it as she is not strong enough to pick up this piece of meat and into the ring with the meat. And then just like when she appears inside the ring, she just gently like leans it against a wall and then just.
There's nothing inherently refrigerative or preservative about Emma's ring. However, it is far cleanlier than the dust of the outside, so it's not a bad idea. So, Ordell, you have now got flavored the beginning of smoking meat. You're probably going to have quite the dish here if you continue to do well in your cooking of it. Winter wakes up after a big, long stretch. She had just the craziest dreams last night as Ashrin has been laying there, just kind of twiddling her thumbs for a while, looking up at the sky. But as soon as Winter wakes up, Ashrin also starts getting up and ready, kind of getting her gear on. As Ashrin goes over, throws stuff on to the side of the horse and helps Winter up on it before... Well, okay. Still going north.
North is that way.
Is that what you want to do, XC?
It is your day.
I do not understand concept of your day.
Think of it as activity divvying. Each of us are choosing a destination. Sorry, it's been a while since I've spoken like this. We're picking days to choose a designated task and mission. The mission will be you choose the destination, direction, and you are in charge of the drills and activities that happen at said destination. Is that more clear?
It's great. Mine was yesterday. I had the final say on everything, although it's a lot of pressure.
Confirming yesterday was worst day ever.
Mm-hmm. Confirming. Yep. I got that for you.
Mission
felt
is
a
to
little out of
protect
it.
you, Ordell.
How about we come back to your day when you've had more time to socialize?
Then Ordell, I think
Seems
it
to
should
be
be your day.
logical conclusion.
My day.
Well, Ordell kind of like looks at everyone awkwardly.
I'll be honest, if we're choosing to do anything strange or exciting, you'll have to wait till someone else's day.
And I start walking north.
So are we officially making it Ordell's day?
Yep.
Okay, then we're going to go in a clockwise direction because you would have been next from Winter, and we're going to continue that way.
Cool.
And try and further put off Emma's day where everyone dies. As everyone just kind of shrugs and begins following Ordell. Ordell, you stand nearly the same height as Ashrin and Winter atop the back of the warhorse. XC, you walk in stride, and Emma also kind of walks in a flowing, happy manner to be out and moving around. It's a decent day, and Emma, you are excited to see what this person picks for their day. It's kind of interesting to you at its core. As Ordell, go ahead and roll me a survival since it's your day and you're leading at advantage since there is this trail to follow.
Heck yeah. 16.
16. There are a few spots where dust and dirt has since flown over the remaining parts of the trail, but you can kind of guess the general direction and follow along, and eventually you do see the other remnants of the road and keep going. You go for maybe 3 hours or so at this point, where it's approaching midday, but not quite, before in the distance you can start to see something that looks like a small hill, but as you approach it gets a little bit more detail and a little bit more defined. This appears to be the outskirts of some sort of town. What looked like a hill or the edge of a forest. Now that you get a little closer, you can make out shapes that are not natural, lots of square things that resemble buildings. You'd have to get a little closer to get the makeup of it, but you can tell that you're going in the right direction.
Now, outskirts of town, I'm just going to do a quick, like, Ordell's going to, like, kind of drop to me. Does it look like this is, like, we're approaching, like, deserted town, or, like, we're approaching, like, potentially a town that has had some foot traffic?
You're not close enough to really be able to tell if there's anybody there yet, but you could get there. There are the outlines of buildings, so it's not just a flattened, hit by a meteor swarm type town, at the very least.
then yeah, Ordell's just gonna kind of point this out, and then we're just gonna keep going, because if we're getting close, civilization means resources. Resources means not everybody die.
True. As you all keep going to the north, I need everybody to roll me a perception.
Ooh,
Perception. Oh,
actually not bad. 12.
I rolled a 2 and a 3 for Asheron and Winter. Just FYI.
I rolled a 1, so 1, 2, 3.
23. Because that's what I'm
Thank
good at,
God.
perceiving things.
1, 2, 3, 23, and Ordell's.
It was a 12 total.
Okay. As you're all walking, Ordell, you're keeping the building in sight. However, there's a conversation going on between Winter, Emma, and Asheron that is getting heated that you just can't quite. But you want to keep looking forward. But then, Emma, to you, Winter says something absolutely baffling, something that you could not possibly agree with. You talked of puppets, and you talked of puppets being real or not real. And of course, you say that they're not their own entity. That would be silly. But Winter's like, but tell me, if you thought that they were real, would you own one? She's kind of trying to get some information about Ruckus out before XC. Now that you're able to see a little bit more of the town, you do see movement on the edge of what appears to be either a large fence or kind of barricade that goes around the town at the top of it. It's ants or a speck of dust from the distance that you're at, but you do see people moving around, and you also see in the distance, seemingly approaching that area, a body on the ground, maybe a couple 100 yards or so to the north of where you're at and a little to the east.
Like dead or?
Looks to be. They're not moving. They're just laying there on the ground.
Human-sized or larger?
Looks to be human.
Okay.
And so they're outside of the...
Correct. The town is still maybe about 3/4 a mile away.
Got you. Town looks populated. Potential ambush to the... I guess it's west, right?
So it would be to the east is where you saw the body, a little northeast.
To the other east, and I point in that direction.
Potential ambush as in the town or on the way to the town?
Unable to extrapolate that data. Potential ambush maybe for us. Should investigate.
Let's keep our distance. Because it is my day.
As Ordell goes forward.
For the first time, just the slightest hint of a smile approaches Ordell's mouth before he leads the group on. As XC, you point out the body. Ordell, you're able to see it, no problems. Do you lead people right to the body?
I'm gonna do a quick survey, just like, is the body like in the center of the road? Is it in like a ditch? Like where exactly is this body?
It's off from the roads. There's a small hills isn't even the right word, just bumpy terrain off to the right. There's lots of gray and brown dirt that seems to be strewn around here. And the body is laying just on top of one of these very, very small mounds, no more than 2 or 3 feet high before it dips down. And every few feet, you seem to see some small mounds out here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick scan of the trees, and if like Ordell doesn't pick up anything or no one hears anything, I think Ordell would like pick up a rock or something, like throw it like in the brush side, like just like, because if there's any birds, they would stir. But if no birds stir, that means something was there recently. And then he's just gonna head to the body just to see if it's someone who needs help or if it's just a corpse.
There's a few small dead trees near this kind of moundish field. Ordell finds a small stone and just tosses it heavily over towards those trees. You can hear a loud quack as it bounces off of the bark from one tree, but no birds run away, and nor does this body get up and move.
Let's approach, but lightly scattered. XE, keep your eye out for behind us.
I'll maintain about 100 foot away.
I'll go inspect first if they need help.
Stay beside me just in case if something gets shot from the brush. I would sooner I get hit before you.
Ashrin says, I'll follow. Winter, get off and stay here with XC. Okay, before she hops off and kind of stays behind, having her book out and her hands ready to cast a spell if needed. But Ashrin does walk with Emma and Ordell, rapier, her hand kind of on her rapier as you move forward.
I think movement-wise, we'll keep the horse with Exy and Winter just in case, because I'd sooner they can get to us before we can get away.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they swap. Winter still
turns to face Winter and just says, "Watch my back," and then goes back to looking forwards.
Okay. Winter takes a look around. She holds out a small, almost like light in her hand with magic before she kind of sends it flying back behind you, just to observe and look around, almost like a little firefly going around behind you. Ordell, Emma, and Ashrin kind of nod to each other as you approach cautiously this body laying here next to the mounds. You can see as you get a bit closer, you recognize some of the attire of this body. Not the person or the attire specifically, but the style of this attire. It is very similar to those that guarded the well from before. Very kind of hodgepodge leather armor put together, some spikes on the ends of it. This appears to be a similar outfit of the raiders that you saw at the well. You're maybe about 10 feet away from the body at this point. You could still approach it, or you could leave it.
Can we tell if it, like, male, female, what race?
Its head is kind of down in the dirt. You do see ears pointed upwards and a ponytail coming out, but you can't make out any sort of defining physical features. You could get closer and do so, but...
I will go first. Stay here, you two. If something jumps out, you know what to do.
Blast it.
Kind of pauses and almost goes to correct Emma, but then just goes,
"It's my day. I don't think I want to handle that."
As Ordell goes over to approach the body, when you do so, you see on the other side of it, there's an arrow sticking out right beneath the armpit and the rib cage that goes right from one arm, and you can see it sticking out the other side. What looked to be before just almost like a protrusion on the left side is the arrow sticking through from one side of this arm into and out the other part of this body. The arrow itself still intact and in the body. As you go over to take a look at the body, are you going to flip it over? Tell me what you're looking for.
Before I touch it or anything, does this arrow look like it like passed through cleanly, or does this look like two halves of an arrow on like is this a dummy arrow thing? Because you're describing a perfect arrow through someone. Like, is there blood on the exit wound? Because I think that's where Ordell would look first.
Roll me an investigation.
Ordell's not great at that.
As Ordell's doing this, Emma just points at the body and in its head to cast message.
Oh god.
Just to see if it's alive.
15.
You recognize that there is no link connected to this thing's brain, so it's not alive.
It's dead.
As Ordell, you look down, you see a pool of what is soaked but now dried blood from the dust and the dirt beneath. As you kind of look back, and in your head, you just kind of think no shit, but you're not sure if you say it or not.
I'm going to kick him over with my foot. Ordell's not going to put his face anywhere vulnerable.
As you flip the body over, you can get a better glimpse of the face of this person. It is a younger elvish woman with very, very gaunt features. Roll a history check for me. Ashrin, you see Ordell flipping over the body.
8.
Also, I just saw Jackie's face. What happened? Do you need a quick recap?
Yes, please. Sorry, there was stuff going on I needed to handle.
Nope, no worries. You do you. So you all took a rest. Emma kind of helped Ordell cook a little food. It's now Ordell's day, and he's choosing things. We're going clockwise instead of counter. XC didn't understand the concept. You've traveled north. You're right on the outside of the NOV town, maybe about 3/4 a mile away, and you found a body in the dirt. It has an arrow. You, Emma, and Ordell have approached it. You and Emma are staying maybe 10 feet back as Ordell's looking at the body. He just flipped it over with his foot as you look down. It's a small, kind of gaunt one. What'd you get for your history check?
8.
8. You're not sure what type of elf this might have been, but it's definitely extremely skinny, very skin and bones, high cheekbones, and just razor sharp eyes as it looks at you with lifelessness in its body. You can see kind of a bluish tint to its eyes. You flip it over. There's a lot of blood on the chest, and you look back now, you seem to be able to find an almost trail. This thing wasn't shot too far from here. You can see where the blood started. It was a clean shot, and it killed it very quickly.
Based on general, like, Ordell hasn't been out past the wall very much, but Ordell's gonna pull the arrow out. Is there anything like marking wise on the arrow? Like, is this like a crude arrow? Is this a nicer arrow? Can I get anything from this? Like, is it a burnt end like goblins do? Like that kind of stuff.
Roll a strength check to see if you can do it without breaking it.
Like a million. No. 19 plus strength, flat strength.
Yeah.
Okay. So 22.
You turn the body to the side and you put. Wait. I'm getting another. I think the stream has disconnected. There's a warning on here.
That could be OBS catching up and telling you frames are dropping from like earlier.
Yeah, looks pretty good at the moment.
Okay, as long as it's still good, then we're good. If it stops, tell me and we'll continue back. But you flip the body over and you put one arm or one foot on the rib cage so that you have a bit of leverage as you pull up and out. In doing so, you pull a huge gaping wound into the side of this creature. Though there's not much blood left to come out, you do see chunks of what look to be very muscular bits on the arrow, as if it made it through the right arm right into the heart of this elvish creature. The wood itself, go ahead and roll me an investigation check on the arrow. See if you notice anything out of the ordinary.
I'm going to use well, I was going to use it before. I rolled a nat 20, but I was going to use my thing. That's a 6. I only have a +1, so it's a 27, which is great. Ordell's brief memory. Ordell pulls it out and goes a little catatonic for a second before he just kind of like shakes his head. And now, yes, it's a 27 total. Okay. My first good intelligence check of the game. Woo!
Ashrin and Emma, now that he's pulled the arrow out, you don't have to stand too far away from this thing, and you can see the same bits of information from the arrow as you approach. Two of you roll me an investigation as well.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Investigation +1, so a dirty 20.
Okay. All of you are familiar with the wood that this arrow is made out of. As Ordell holds it up, you've heard of this type of wood before, but you've never seen it be used in an arrow. The wood itself looks like it's been stained black. This is onyx wood. This is a very hardy, strong wood. It's hard to make anything out of just because it's almost as strong as iron. It's just very, very dense stuff here. The end of the wood has raven feathers going up as the kind of feathers and fletching of it. And it's just a very, very dark arrow. It'd be very hard to see at night. This is not an arrow that people would want to necessarily retrieve back, if that makes sense. They'd be okay with losing this. However, Ordell, with your 27, you also notice the tip of the arrow is a very defined 4 points triangle. This is a broadhead arrow. This is a hunter. Whoever uses this is a keen archer and shoots to kill.
Ordell's gonna get Ashrin and Emma to come forward.
I'm going to teach you both something. Look at this shot. Normally you'd look at this and think, okay, it's a stray arrow. This went directly through the heart, pierced through the side, and this arrow is a masterwork arrow.
And I hand it to both of them.
There's someone traveling out here that is killing the raiders, I think, faster than we could. This is an efficient shot.
Looks like we need to be careful, or what?
Likely means that we shouldn't piss anyone off we don't want to. They're face down in the dirt and they've been running for some time, meaning they died from blood loss, not just the shot.
And Ordell's going to point from where, because he picked up the blood trail before.
It's maybe about 20 feet off. It's not very far.
So.
I mean, we already pissed off one group of raiders, right? I just hope it's not the same one.
This person killed the raider. So I think if we play our cards right, this person could be on our side. But let's not give them a reason to think otherwise.
Or maybe so. And Emma lifts up the hand of this, and I'm sure it's probably stiff and like all in rigor mortis and everything. Absolutely. And Emma grabs her tail and snips off the tip of the pinky. Emma's going to use prestidigitation to clean all the flesh off the bone and just have a nice clean tip of a pinky bone. And Emma takes off the tip of her one pinky and puts it against her bone and sees if it stays or if it does anything.
Do you have the ability Mending?
I do.
Ah, well then you can cast Mending on yourself if you'd like to try.
Yeah, I give it a go.
Okay. As you pop the pinky off, you pop yours back on. It still feels weird. You're not quite used to it. You don't like having to do it, but put that on there. You see your little bone just kind of flop and wiggle back and forth as there's nothing connecting it even magically to you now before you cast Mending. You more just will magical threads to basically whip up from one bone to another, almost pulling them like a marionette puppet together before the magical strings fade. As you have a new pinky bone.
So you both aren't gonna like this, but I need her jaw.
I'm sorry, but you are going to clarify this now.
I need her jaw.
It's my day, tell me.
Not much more to
because it is my day.
But, okay. So, things have happened. There's something written in my jaw that was enchanted by the large skeletal creature. And if it is read, the ward activates. What it does, I don't know yet, but I would rather it not happen while it's attached to my head. So I need her jaw, so I may have a new jaw.
Halfway through Emma speaking, Ordell's already ripped the head off and handed it to her. Ordell doesn't get magic stuff. The second it was like magical runes, Ordell was like, nope, not my expertise. Say less.
Ordell, roll me a strength check.
Oh God. 17.
You don't need to take the whole head. You reach your hand in and just with enough force grab just the bottom part of the jaw and pull. It's stiff. This thing's been dead for a bit, but it's enough for you to rip the bottom part out. Very The Mountain-esque from Game of Thrones as you pull the bottom jaw and just hand it to Emma. Emma, bits of muscle and sinew and dripping blood are now in your hand. As you weren't even finished, your magical eyes of sight were kind of closed as you...
Prestidigitation, and I'm cleaning all of that off of it.
Ashrin,
nice
you think to your
jaw?
head a little bit, and I was getting judged for blood magic, which I don't do. As
Exactly. That was exactly what I was thinking.
Was it? Yeah.
Ashrin, suddenly a second voice says east.
Emma, so you take time prestidigitating this off. Basically, you kind of almost do like laser tattoo removal, where it's just slowly singeing away and it just kind of drips and falls off until you have a complete mandible jawbone here.
Cool. I'm gonna put it inside my ring for the moment.
You look over at Ashrin and sorry, before you disappear, come back out, and Emma is noticeably absent the jawbone.
Save it for later, just in case.
So, bone magic.
I mean, in theory, yes, but it goes more than that. It's,
No, I know what I saw. That was bone magic.
Are you familiar with the unwilling?
No, and I know what I saw.
Then it is bone magic, just as you do blood magic.
Damn.
Ordell like takes both of their heads. He doesn't do it to hurt them, but kind of bonks their heads together, just kind of like, hey, hey, like we could get jumped right now. And then I'm gonna wave the others over.
XC, you see as Winter has mostly been watching behind you. They seem to kind of call and wave you over.
Let us approach, and then I walk over.
Yep. Before Winter kind of rides the horse back on over. XC and Winter ride up now to this body near the mounded field near you all.
XC, I would like you to give this a combat analysis.
I'm going to hand XE the arrow.
Roll me an investigation on that. Also, what a time for Winter to not be here with a literal fresh dead body just here. Intact, she didn't blow it up.
Also, can I assist XE in this role? Because I'm going to explain like what it's made of and like how clean the shot was and the raven feathers and stuff. So he has context on top of me giving him the arrow.
Absolutely. You can have advantage on that.
Okay.
I will raise my hand and go 1 moment analyzing, just sort of stop Ordell talking. I rolled a 21.
21, okay. As Ordell begins to speak, so let me explain this. And you're like, you take a look, and the same information that was described before to them, you are able to glean on your own. You're mostly focused on the wood and the feathers here, as the tip is just an arrow tip to you. You're mostly focused. You use guns. That's not what you care about. However, at one point, Ordell does point it out to you that the tip is important. But as soon as he does, you go, of course it is. And you recognize that this is a hunter's arrow. This is somebody who does killing of living creatures.
The question I want to know, if possible, is you said it came in here, like under the arm, sort of through across. That's an interesting shot. Would that require the hunter to be above, below the individual at the time, elevation-wise?
Let's see.
Or I can give you my sniper expert. Jeez.
I would let you use a general intelligence check or a wisdom check, either or at advantage, because yes, you do have that kind of expertise.
Wisdom all the way. So that is 16 and a 19, so 23.
23. This creature is very, very good at what they do, and they definitely would have been elevated.
Processing complete. I then rattle off everything that Ordell already knows. Interesting side point. This was an elevated shot. As you can see here, the penetration point enters from this location and then resides from this location. This would not have been an easy shot, especially if the target was moving. I predict that this shot would have been a 1 in 4, 6, 7, 2 chance to hit, if not.
I mean, I would have assumed with the wall at the town that this would happen there, but this happened farther.
At that, it kind of causes all of you to look around for any elevation point as soon as XC mentions it. And there are a few dead trees nearby, just kind of out and scattered, but they're all just kind of very flimsy, barely holding themselves up here. They might have been able to make a shot from up in the tree. You're not certain, but you could go look there if you'd like.
Does the body look picked over? Or does this look like just like the corpse has been left?
You've just checked the arrow so far, so you could try and loot it and see what's there.
I'll just do a quick pat down. Ordell's not interested in looting the body, but seeing if it has been looted.
As you just kind of pat into all of its pockets, you look under, you notice it has definitely got nothing in its pockets, and it's missing a boot.
Missing a boot?
Ashrin, you nodded your head that you'd like to go investigate. Would you like to?
Yes, please.
You head on over to the nearest tall tree, just to see if this might be the spot where it's coming from. Go ahead and roll me an investigation, yeah.
21.
21. You look at the base of the tree, trying to find something, see if anybody may have had a ladder around here, or if they might have climbed the tree on their own, trying to find something. You don't really see anything. However, you take a step back from the tree, just kind of hands in pockets, looking up to see what you can see. And at the top of the nearby tree, there's pretty identifiable markings of counting. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, a slash, and another 1.
Well, looks like this isn't the first body.
What do you mean?
Ordell calls out from the body.
Well, looks like there's tally marks right there.
Someone keeping score.
Yeah. It's a game?
Could be. Or bounty collection.
Who has money in these lands?
Ordell's going to point at the town.
Someone who wants people gone.
Well, we're people that are going in that direction. Does that make us one of those people?
We're people with coin and potential food and water. So, if they want us dead, we will likely die immediately at the door. So let's play our cards right. Or try to.
Right.
Okay. You walk back over to the body where Emma, XC, and Winter are staying, knowing now that somebody's keeping tally of something, as looking to the north, the town looms ever forward. I need everybody to roll me a perception check.
Instead of rolling for perception, I'm actually going to spend 10 minutes casting Ritual General Repose.
Okay.
So that the body cannot become undead for at least 10 days.
Sounds good. As everyone looks to the north, Emma, your focus is elsewhere. You get down to the body and quickly reach into your pouch and start sprinkling chalk all over this body. What is everybody else's perception roll?
15.
3.
10.
10. Sounds good. You all look up to the town and don't really know where to go from here. Do you want to go to the town? Do you want to go around it? Who knows what's going on?
If we can make a pit stop, it might be worth it. I have not very much gold, but I do have gold. And I have the gold we collected earlier. So if we can pick up any supplies, it would be useful.
This is your day, Ordell, but we have to wait for Emerald Goldcrest, medic pain in the ass, to finish her ritual.
And we wait.
As Emma, you're about 5 minutes into your casting before XC, you begin to hear loud talking. It seems to get louder as you're all watching Emma go about the business. Not sure how you missed it. Must have been coming around some bend of the road going up towards Nov. Some people are jogging in your direction, trying to get here with some sort of quickened pace. They're going to be on you very soon. They don't seem to see you, and you can barely make out where they are just based on the sound. But you know people are headed your way. You can hear them speaking in Elvish.
I know Elvish.
You do. If XC points it out, then you might be able to know what they're saying.
Right.
Incoming.
What?
Where?
Point.
As that's pointed out, Ashrin, you can hear what they're saying in the distance. It's very much, let's just get it and get out. It's the last one. I don't want to be out here any longer than we have to be. I don't care. That's what we're told to do. Get it and go.
Trying to get the last thing. I don't know what that is.
As in, you didn't hear me?
Oh, no, to them.
Okay, gotcha.
No, we
Yes.
don't know what
Sorry.
they're talking about yet. So,
Yeah.
I say we mind our business. And if they approach us, then we either be hospitable or give them a reason to leave us alone.
I will take position further out.
XC,
Ordell just nods.
you rush off. Where are you going? There's that small bit of trees. It would be a very stealthy robot to be able to hide between them, or you can just move further away to have distance.
I'm going to go the opposite direction that they're coming from, at
Okay.
about 100 foot away from my crew, and then I'm going to lie down on the ground, put my assume my prone position, and pop on my hood of the trench coat.
As XC runs to the south, Winter kind of looks at you, Ashrin, kind of like, what do you want to do here?
We should hide.
Okay. There are those small bits of trees. You can try and hide behind them, as Emma is still over the body and Ordell has no plans to run.
I'm just going to stand by Emma, make sure Emma's covered.
And Emma is looking down at the body, and if a skeleton could smile, she'd say, "Thank you for your jaw." And she reaches in and takes a lick of green flame and dots it on the forehead. And when she does that, it looks like, when you put a battery up to steel wool and it just crackles green across the body. It probably hasn't finished the ritual yet, but
it's going to be starting.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's working its way down to the feet.
Bits of magical flame rush down the body. They don't seem to be consuming this body at all, so much as cleansing its spirit as it moves along. Ordell stands protective over Emma. Ashrin, are you still wanting to go and hide with Winter?
We'll hide just in case things start to go sour and they don't know that we're hidden manpower, basically.
Okay. You rush over to the small bit of trees. Both of you are relatively thin, so it's easier to hide there than it would have been for Ordell or XC. Go ahead and roll me a stealth roll.
This is Ordell hiding behind a tree.
I am sneaky.
I am stealth incarnate.
I love the guy, the story of the orc who uses intimidation to stealth, and they're like, there's an orc there, and he's like, you don't see me! Oh, okay.
For the 4th time tonight, that is a 1. Or is that a 5th time?
Wow. 6th time, because
Yeah.
Winter got a 1.
Stop rolling my dice.
Woo! Double
All
ones.
right.
As Ashrin and Winter rush
She got
over.
1 right now, too?
Yeah, I just rolled one.
Oh my
one.
god.
As Ashrin and Winter rush over to the trees, Winter goes, we should get on top of we should climb up. As you go, of course. As you both start climbing up the trees, but you don't realize that there's no real leg spot here before you start like climbing with your hands, and you can just kind of dangle there, both maybe 3 feet off the ground, dangling on this dead tree where there's no leaves to have blocked you if you did climb it. As around the corner in similar hardened leathers come jogging a man and a woman, elvish in similar features and style to this other one. This kind of blonde, pulled back ponytail like hair. They jog around before they kind of stop seeing Ordell. The man falls in his tracks as he kind of instinctually jumps backwards, thinking that you were there to ambush him. As they both stand up, pulling out daggers on the side. The female pulls out a small crossbow, very similar to the ones that you saw before. So the man says, in Elvish, speaks to you, Ordell. Are you him? Is this what you're here for? You come to take us too?
Ordell says in common,
It's either you shoot your weapons now or drop them. I am not who.
or no, Ordell didn't understand them. So yeah, Ordell just sees them drawing weapons. So he just says,
Either shoot me now or drop your weapons.
and I'm just going to have my hand on my maul.
They turn and look at their heads, kind of squinting at Ashrin and Winter dangling from the trees nearby. Say, you're not him? What are you... now replying in common. Go ahead and roll an intimidation.
Can I use strength because I'm trying to be big angry boy?
Sure. You kind of flex your muscles as you sit there holding your maul right in between. As
18.
18. The woman kind of backs away a little bit as she holds the crossbow. The man steps forward 1 step with the dagger. Says, we don't want any trouble, but give us our dead. We'll let you walk
You
away.
won't get in. You'll let me walk away.
Yes, I'll let you walk away, big one.
I see two of you, and several of us, and one of mine is already aiming at you. My friend here is completing a ritual to ensure your dead does not come back as something twisted. So you are going to thank us, put away your weapons, and take the body and leave. Is that clear?
You see two of us. That's all you see. So he puts his dagger to the side and says, we're going to burn that body. We don't bring him back from the dead like you. Both of you, really. Those your necromancers there?
Do not try my patience. Your next statement may be your last.
He looks over to the female who kind of is like, well, let's go. You're cleansing the body?
Yes.
Roll a persuasion.
I'm not terrible at that. It's only +1, so 15 total.
Fine. We're going to burn it when you're done. Don't move.
What you do after is not my concern.
Seems to curse something, muttered under his breath that he can't quite make out. He says, as soon as you're done, back away from the body. We've got more bowmen all across these lands. One whistle, and you're pelted with bolts.
It will take them at least 5 seconds for those arrows to hit me. That's 5 more seconds that I have to beat the life out of you. Do not threaten me idly.
And I'm going to turn to Emma.
Would you turn and do you turn and not look at him? Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He pulls his hardened leathers off, showing his. It's not very intimidating. His kind of scrawny, elvish chest, as he looks at you and says, "Bring it." You're just angry to see flesh with blood pumping underneath. As he spits in the ground.
I'm gonna roll for Adele because I think that actually would get under his skin. Oh man. Ordell's gonna look to Ashrin and Winter as if I rolled on a scale of 1 to 20 for not losing my crap, it's a 1. So Ordell's gonna look at them once, and I'm gonna give him that whole 1 second to react because Ordell is going to slug this guy.
They're still about like 50 feet away from you all at this point. Just FYI.
Ordell just looks their way.
And I'm still hanging from a tree, so I don't have time to react.
Cool, I punch him in the chest that he's burying, man. Or wait, Emma. If Emma does something, then Ordell would stop.
No, I was gonna say Emma gets up. She looks to these people and says, "Listen, we didn't ask to be brought back. We didn't ask to be resurrected. We didn't ask for any of the things that have happened to us. So kindly take your flesh bags and be gone," as Emma points down to the body and casts Firebolt and ignites the body.
As Ordell like turns and also kind of puffing out chest begins to move before Emma starts speaking. Do you still go for him, Ordell?
I think Ordell like stops because someone standing up for him is very like a different thing, and Ordell goes from like anger to just like almost like shock and just like looks over his shoulder at Emma. Ordell will remember this.
XC.
I have to ask, how much did I see of Ordell before he stopped?
Yeah, Ordell, how far do you step towards this person?
Uh-oh.
I think Ordell took like a half step, like he didn't fully like run at him. It was Ordell was facing Emma. Emma would have seen Ordell like turn, and then Emma spoke, I believe. So I don't think Ordell like lunged at him yet.
Okay.
How far is too far? One small step for Ordell, one giant bullet for this asshole.
As far as I think this looks like still part of the intimidation. I don't see this as part of an attack yet.
Okay. XC, go ahead and roll me a stealth. They've currently been preoccupied, but there is
I
a
would
pause.
love to roll your stealth. because I love rolling stealth. Because XC is a stealthy boy.
Stealthy boy.
That's a 25.
You are a part of the landscape. You might as well look like a scrap of junk. As Ashrin and Winter are not. Before Winter says, should we just... before she just drops off the edge and stands there. But Emma, you shoot a hole in this person's chest. In doing so, seemingly almost reactionary to the shot, a bolt flies from her bow, her crossbow, and flies towards Ashrin and Winter, but misses. It flies wide. She didn't have time to aim, but her bow was in that direction before.
Can I roll an insight on that?
You can, absolutely.
To see if it was like
I'm sure XC has a response.
Yeah, well, that's a 19 plus 7, so I would assume.
It seems to have been an accident from the bang of the firebolt. But it was still at your friend's direction.
Yeah, I mean,
As
XC is...
XC, what are you about to do?
So, yeah, there's nothing I can do except for just hold Ordell back.
I'm just going to put my hand up because I know what's about to come.
This is very much a situation like from The Losers where they're upstairs and shoot. Sorry. Yeah. XC, what are you doing in reaction to the bolt?
So as soon as I see the bolt fire, I will also do a shot.
At the woman with the crossbow or the man standing there trying to be intimidating?
At the woman who shot it.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Because I know it's coming. Can I try and step in, like give her cover? Because like I will take the shot, but Ordell like knows it's coming.
I'm about to use my
give
first
Emma
point.
cover.
No, give the woman cover.
She's like 50 feet away from you.
Yeah, I know, but she's speaking to me. But I'm assuming because XC's behind me, and then if I step in between XC and the shot.
Oh, are you trying to take the bullet?
Yes, because this is, I don't know, I think there's nothing scarier than someone who takes a bullet and is still looking at you.
I would say you can roll a dexterity save at disadvantage because XC is literally on a finger trigger here.
This is when XC doesn't.
Okay, so it would be a regular roll then for me because my barbarian stuff.
I'm trying to say, would you see this coming in my head? Since it was a surprise that she shot the bolt, but you wouldn't be surprised that XC would shoot.
I'm definitely going to say
you're still at
but I'm pretty fucking good.
Disadvantage for this.
All right. I mean, first roll 17, 14. So I mean, it's not terrible. 16 total.
As what was your to hit, XC?
Actually, I haven't rolled yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna 16, and I'm gonna roll my. I'm used 2 of them already. It sucks balls.
Alex is like, let me shoot her.
Sorry, it's a 21. 21 right. Total with my knowledge from a past life.
You were gonna say you were using your first grit point. Go ahead.
I am gonna use my first grit point. So I'm gonna.
This is gonna suck.
Exploding shot.
So I'm gonna power up my my shot with a violent shot, and I'm gonna throw 2 grit points into it, which means I get 2 extra d12s.
No.
This was all done before you said that, Jakey. I'm not gonna change.
No, here's the thing. That's why I said I raised my hand, but I knew I didn't say it fast enough. So I think like Ordell raised his hand and is just like, damn it, and stands in the way. So, yeah.
All right.
So
I will now
roll to hit.
Fire.
If you beat the 21, you hit her. If you miss, you hit him.
Got you. Well, I am going to take 1 point of inspiration off. And roll again.
What if he doesn't even beat my AC? Then do I just have a bullet that bounces off me?
You're actively trying to get hit.
I think there's an inspiration coming as well. Is that
I'm not that careless piss.
So that's a nat 20. And a baby. Look at this. I'm just gonna reap all the rolls.
It's just grabbing your inspiration
right
back.
The baby. Loki has a keyboard in front of him, and he's actually clacking on the keyboard.
Nat 20.
That's a cute little. This is a nat 20 baby right there. Nat 20. All right. Show me a little
Hello,
Loki
everyone.
too.
You.
Okay. Why, thank you for my inspiration. All right. Let's
Oh my
roll some
God.
damage.
That's so good, dude. Look at Loki.
He's actively like his one part. Do you see it moving? He's actively typing on my computer right now.
Loki's leaning into his mic on Counter-Strike. What are you weebs doing? You guys aren't even covering A.
What do you
That-
mean
Yo,
bomb
get to the choke
defused?
so far.
All right.
So-
So one question
yeah.
for you, because I've never done this before.
Uh-huh.
It's a critical hit also.
Critical
so it doesn't
doubles
affect
every
crit.
damage dice. It doesn't affect your dexterity or wisdom, but it doubles every damage dice.
Okay. I will. roll some
Also, you
dice.
get a grid point back.
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, this is gonna suck for her. I know it's not hitting me now
Yeah.
that it's a nat 20.
Yeah, it is. Double grit point. Nat 20. This is...
This was a shot meant to take down an elephant. You've hit a mouse.
That's 54 damage.
Oh my god. You killed both of them. You like shot through her and it like, you know in bowling when you hit the bowling pin to hit
Good
another
shot.
pin?
No, I didn't use my piercing shot. That's a different shot.
As the bolt flies towards you, Ashrin and Winter, you both kind of look at each other and then over at the woman who Ordell goes, no, and tries to like dodge in front of it. Ordell, in that kind of like slow motion, because this is a movie and a game way, you turn to look and see and block this. You put your arm out. The bullet goes right between your muscle of your hand, your shoulder, and your head as it flies towards the woman who turns. And XC, since you critted, where were you trying to shoot this woman?
So I was aiming for maximum impression, and so this shot was aiming to come in just above the jawline, completely shattering the jaw, and then continuing through and having a giant hole gape out of the back with blood and guts everywhere.
That would have been nice. However, this shot is so good. You hit exactly where you aim, but the combination of her kind of gritting and baring her teeth as she turns, looking towards you, Ordell, wondering what's going on, her jaw is clenched. There's nothing but red mist where once upon a time her face was. There's the clattering of teeth as they hit the ground as everyone hears the shot.
Emma audibly sighs, looks to Ordell and says, I can't fix that.
I'm jumping at the guy now. Now that she's dropped, like Ordell's gone from protecting to I'm just gonna lunge and kill him.
The man looks... You have one round to get to him as he was prepared with something, but the sight of his friend now being a liquid delays him for but a moment. You have one round. It's 50 feet away.
Because I have 50 feet of movement, I get to him and I rolled a natural 20.
Double net.
What do you do?
Ordell's improvising, so I don't think it's as cool as I shoot her jaw and mist comes out. I think Ordell just goes like, yeah, I think Ordell just, yeah, Ordell takes his, Ordell's on the other side of the guy, puts his thing away. No, I think Ordell just like on the head, like bash, done
With your maul?
flat of the blade. Yep,
Okay. It's a great sword or a maul?
it's a maul.
Okay, just making sure. As
I just have like it's like the cobble crusher thing, so it's like a big club version of the maul because that was my cool flavor. But also mauls are hammers, so
as you rush towards this man, he can hear nothing but boom, 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 as it's getting closer towards him. He turns and sees you, and he pulls out his dagger, and he reaches up with his other hand as if to do something, but the maul comes down. Go ahead and roll for damage.
4,
Rain says they hobos, but we loves them anyway.
6, so that's 12, 16, Jesus. Oh my god, that was 3 6s. So that's 18 plus 4, 22, 25. Does he have 25 health?
He does.
I have a second attack just in case. So I'm going to swing my second attack if he lives.
Go ahead and make your second attack.
Oh man, not a crit, but a 19. That's fun.
That hits.
This one's 6. Drew, your dice are loaded. Okay, 2. So 8 plus 3, 11 more.
As you rush up towards...
If he's still alive, I have a punch.
He begins to speak as if casting some sort of spell. That option is lost as some of his teeth join his friends on the ground as the maul hits the first strike before he's knocked back down, and then you bring them all back down around for the final hit that just turns his chest into a sunken in tin can, like cricking a Coke can. He is bent is the best descriptor I can give. His hand falls to the ground, as does his dagger into the dirt.
Emma's gonna walk over, kneel down, look to Ordell and say, "We're gonna have a talk about this." About
yes,
that
we
one.
are.
Emma leans down and looks at both these bodies. She tries to drag them a little bit closer to each other, and again she starts doing the general repose on now both bodies.
I'm gonna check their pockets, I guess.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation. Ashrin, what are you doing with Winter? She said, oh my god, did you see that?
That was crazy. I think these people are a little more fearful than I realized.
Good to be on our side.
Sorry.
Good to be on our side. We
Well,
should show
I'll
them our
slowly
thing.
start to join them. Maybe. Do they deserve it? Sometime. Not now.
Soon. But
we'll slowly start to rejoin them.
Ashrin and Winter, everyone slowly crowds around these bodies. XC, are you still in kind of Overwatch sniping mode? Okay.
Yep.
As all of you look around the bodies, Emma, you're going to have to take 20 minutes to gentle repose these, if that's something that you'd like. Okay. Ordell, Ashrin, Winter, you stand looking at the bodies. Ordell, what was your investigation roll?
16 total.
16. You reach in some of their pockets here, trying to find something of note or of value. There are actually quite a few things. One, the woman has 10 bolts in a small side quiver on the side, and the crossbow has taken no damage from this hit. This is a heavy crossbow that you can have, and you now have 10 bolts. I think this is your second crossbow that you've headshotted something away from, or something alike. But in the man's pocket, you notice that his dagger is well made. This is a very sharp, nice edge on this dagger. It's very pretty. It's got a nice leather-wrapped handle. This is a good dagger as far as quality is concerned. This is probably someone's best work. As you also find a couple packs of gold. You also notice that these pouches are made of different materials, as if these are not just this one person's pouch or one person's style, as if these are multiple people's pouches that are in his pocket. Totaling, you get 72 gold and 13 silver.
Jeez. Ordell's gonna 13 silver. I'm gonna add that to party loot because we're gonna be buying stuff soon.
Ashrin, actually, with your skills, go ahead and roll me a investigation on that.
All right. Dicey encounters. That's a 2 instead of a 1. 5.
So a sharp dagger.
Rehab. Going to rehab.
Are just all your dice in there at this point?
I have 1 left.
As It's a sharp dagger. You notice a very sharp dagger. It's a super sharp dagger. As Ordell grabs the rest of the change. Emma, you're in the middle of your ritual casting here. XC, your shots aren't very loud, but they're louder than a bow. It's still a gun. It still makes noise. It's not as bad as like a musket, being that it's part of your arm, but it still kind of rings out. As you're looking over, I need you to roll me a perception check.
Oh, jeez, that's another nat 20. So
You see
perception
sound?
27.
You see what you can make out as you've been laying there and getting more lay of the land and taking a look up at the town. The small kind of barricade type fence that is around the town opens up as if there is a kind of a wide open door, and you can see maybe 8 or 9 people exit it and begin rushing in your direction. They're 3/4 a mile away. It will take them time. They might not even notice you here. It is your keen robotic eye that allows you to see it, and your not in motion self, immobile.
Can I fire a shot at
gaze?
Ordell?
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna aim to hit the ground near them.
Okay. That's not a problem. You can hit nearby. Actually, you know what? They are all huddled. Go ahead and roll me a hit to see if you can miss.
Done. Plus 8, 18.
18. As you're all kind of looking around, you're gathering some of the coins within their Ordell and counting them up. Another before a bullet lands in the dirt just beneath your feet, and you kind of instinctually jump up. Asher and Winter, you look, kind of breaks your concentration for just a moment, Emma, as XC has shot at the ground nearby. XC, you do look at the people who are up there who kind of stop at the sound of the shot before kind of doubling their pace in your direction.
Together, we're going to XC. Wait, you two... You two keep Emma safe while Emma make sure the bodies don't do that magic thing.
Ordell just awkwardly runs away to XC.
Sure.
Did we need to sit? Can you just shoot him again? What's going on? Winter asks to Ashrin and Emma.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was asking.
As Ordell rushes over to XC.
Emma, is there a reason we don't just,
Emma is very clearly still just concentrating on doing this general repose.
Right.
Okay.
I think she has a method, so I think we can just watch her back. And I'll take my rapier out and just in case.
Ashrin now stands, rapier in hand, looking around, trying to find something. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Winter will do the same.
1 dice, don't fail me now.
Ooh, actually, Ryan and Jackie, odd request, can I have y'all roll a perception? Ooh.
Sure.
I want to see if he hears something.
So that first perception was a 15 from Ryan, and then the one right now is a 16.
That would be a 19 for my first one, and then a 16 for my one for Drew.
I'd say that's good enough. You would hear the name Merkel as she's doing these prayers.
I, as Winter, write that down.
Yes.
I'm so method. God. Wednesday Adams. As Ordell, you rush. I'll take it. As Ordell rushes over to good use of the new emotes. As Ordell rushes over to you, XC, Ashrin, you and Winter kind of look at each other with quizzical look as you do hear the names. What was your first roll again?
15. Yeah.
You don't know what XC would have been warning you all about, nor does Winter. So Ordell, you rush over to where XC is. As XC, you're kind of planted on the ground still, kind of reloading and getting things ready. Ordell, you approach.
What is it? What is it?
More people approach from the village. They are moving extremely fast.
We're going to speak to them. Our new code is this. Please do not shoot until I raise my left hand. Right hand is ceasefire. Agreed?
Input accepted. Question. What happens if you have no more left hand?
I will yell fire. XC
Understood.
fire specifically.
Secondary question. What happens if someone else raises your left hand?
Then ignore them. This is me willfully raising my left hand.
Understand.
Is there a third question? You paused like there was a third question.
I did not pause. I finished.
Oh. Sorry, you're the first person who speaks similarly to me, so this is... Yeah, I'm gonna go meet those people.
And Ordell gets up, pats Exy on the shoulder.
Good talk.
Doesn't reply.
Ordell's just gonna like raise his hands like while he's walking up, because Ordell knows he looks threatening. So
As Ordell returns,
I'm gonna wait for Ashern to come over though as well, because I would like at least one other person with me. Because oh boy, Ordell is not a social butterfly.
As Ordell approaches Ashrin, Winter, and Emma, kind of looks like he's going to head up to the other group. Ashrin, are you going to go with him? Don't have to, but he is kind of he kind of walks that way and looks back at you. Ordell, you haven't explained to them what's going on.
It seems there's people coming up the road. I would like to meet them before they get here so we can explain.
What? Okay. Good.
If they're from the town, they may welcome us.
Yes, another good day.
If. That is why I would like someone strong at my side.
Oh, is that a compliment?
No, XC is busy.
As Ordell chuckles to himself. But then he does stop and give like Ashern like a good like kind of like shoulder grab. Just like a...
All right.
So,
All right.
you're going out hands up, Ordell?
Ordell's going to, he doesn't expect Ashern to, because like Ashern is an elf, that is fine. Ordell is 7 feet of undead dad bod, so
Winter's
undad bod. Anyway, sorry.
I'll stay here with Emma just in case to protect y'all too. As Ashrin and Ordell approach. Ordell, you said you had hands just like a whoa kind of thing. Correct?
Yep.
Cool. XC, you see both hands up.
Oh.
They're
I said
approaching.
left hand up,
They are.
right hand to ceasefire.
Okay, hold on. I just want to double check. Is the left hand up?
Left hand and right
Both
hand.
hands are up.
Ashrin and
I
Ordell
did specify.
walk out.
I specified right hand is cease.
Look, you don't have
left
to
hand is
convince
fire.
me. XC's the one who has the commands. As
I
Ordell
swear to
and
God.
Ashrin move out to meet these people.
Just want to confirm, Ryan, if you can confirm for me, is the left hand up?
The left hand and right hand are up. Yes, sir.
That's
As
not what I
Ashrin.
asked. Sorry, is the left hand up?
Yeah.
Is the right hand up?
Of course.
Unable to compute, removing programming until it is fixed. All right, I'm not going to do anything right this second.
I'd like to think just a paradox sits there.
You see a little spark.
If XC's ever like interrupting a conversation, they're just like, XC divide by 0. And he's like, and you're like, okay, we have 5 minutes. We can.
It's like the new TikTok voice if you type in H a lot.
As Ashrin and Ordell approach, Ordell has both hands up. Ashrin, both of you come out around the corner. These people are about 200 feet away from you at this point. XC making them about 300 feet away from your location. Emma and Winter are just behind a small mound to where you're hidden since you're leaned down helping with these two bodies. So they're decently hidden, but if they get any closer, it will be very apparent that you are there. As the 9 group, seeming to be a mix of orcs, humans, and elves, rush up towards you. They kind of stop and look at each other. about 200 feet away from you at this point. All of them seem to have some sort of weaponry, all of them wearing leathers, much like the two people that you recently killed.
Good. Very good. That is the news I like to hear. Fantastic. Wonderful. Thank you, my good man.
An orc man approaches, clad in heavy leathers, a saber on his hip, and a small hand crossbow in his left hand as he kind of limps out towards you. He approaches slowly and cautiously. Looks you up and down. He's maybe about 50 feet away from the two of you at this point. He looks at you, Ashran. Kind of narrows his eyes down at you.
I also look him up and down.
Go ahead and roll me. Dexterity is your main stat, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a dex check. No extra bonuses, just with dex mod.
Okay.
About how long would it have taken them to get to where they are from when Emma started casting?
You're almost finished with the first one. Maybe like a minute left.
Sorry. Con is my main stat because for my race, for your homebrew, con could have been. But yes. Anyways. Okay. But with dex still, it's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You can tell just by the way this orc bears himself, he is not very quick or nimble. He holds that crossbow like a child holding a toy, but he has a heavy, tight grip around it. You can tell he's incredibly strong. The wood itself almost seems to buckle as he holds it. You're not sure how strong, but he's not very quick. As everyone's saying that I give inspo for Undad Bod, I do not give inspo for Undad Bod, but I could be convinced to give inspo for the I need somebody strong, and XC's busy.
Inspo.
If anything, GFY for Undad Bod. You know how it works. As
That's fair. Ordell didn't say it.
As the orc, about 50 feet away, approaches, looks at you, Asher, and says, "Any other undead nearby? Necromancer?"
Not a necromancer. No, there's no undead.
He looks over to Ordell and says, "Well, we're just going to lie to each other's face today, then. Is that what we're doing?"
I'm a free thinker.
All right. We heard shots. I see a gun on neither of you. Where is your gunman?
They're behind currently, taking watch in case something happens. We have been jumped multiple times in the past few days, so it is good to have someone watching our back.
What did you get jumped by to where you had to shoot, huh?
We were absconded by several individuals. We do not know who they are, but they threatened us without reason.
Why don't you shut your trap, big one? Why don't you tell me what happened? See, looks to you, Ashran.
Exactly what he said. What, you don't trust him?
I don't. Not as far as I could throw him, anyway. He's pretty big.
Went
Go
down
ahead.
exactly like he said.
Go ahead and roll me a deception.
Dungeon Keeper dice. Yes. 16 plus 2, 18.
18. All right. Fine. Well, we're looking for a couple of scouts. Your black archer's been through here. You seen anything?
No.
Jakey asking the Hook been through here? Sorry, I missed.
The
Yeah,
black
me too.
archer's been through here. Seen
Black
anything?
Archer. Oh.
No, we haven't.
Well, not fully.
And I'm going to pull out the arrow and I'm going to throw it to the guy.
Do you have it?
Just look sideways. Yeah, because I showed it to them and then I took it.
XE
And then
has
you
it.
gave it to me.
Oh, so you
And I
could
haven't
scan it,
given
but
it
you said
back.
you said you handed it back to me after though.
Did I? Okay, cool. Well,
I
then
thought
will
so.
go with that.
No. We'll see.
Okay, if I don't have it, I can still describe it. So I don't know. We'll say XE has it then, because maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
Be easier that way.
Sure. See,
We found a body with an arrow in it, matching black raven feather description. The shooter was unknown.
Yeah, that's a black archer. He's been trying to kill our men. He attacked our camp last night. Killed 6. Our patrol running around here. We have men coming back to gather the body. We know that the body was left there. So, have you seen the body, or have you seen my 2 patrol that came to gather it?
No, but I've seen the tally marks your black archer left. And I'll point to the tree if it's not in the direction of Emma.
You can go ahead and roll a deception at advantage because you have some specific item.
that's good.
Ooh,
That's good.
which jail to take? Which dice to take out of your hand? There's the encounters. Let's go. Advantage. 14. Deception, you say?
Yeah.
16.
Okay. Let's see here. Point over there. Right. Ordell and Ashrin, I need you both to roll me an insight.
Oh, I'm actually good at insight. That's an unnatural 20. I didn't think that was something I picked, but I guess I did. Thanks, D&D Beyond.
Great. That's perfect. That's awesome that you got a natural 20 because I got the 7th one of the night.
Holy crap.
Heyo.
That's
Stop rolling
not my
dice.
dice.
Stop.
No, that's not my dice.
Hey,
No,
listen.
it's citrus. Nope.
Stop it.
No one made it.
Stop it. Quit it, okay?
Hold on, Jakey. Hold up the dice I made you. Hold up the dice and put it up by the camera.
Drew's dice.
Stop it. Just stop. Just listen to
Bad.
Stop it.
A little squirt gun. Bat. As
Bat.
It's gonna go back in the dice bag.
Your father said stop.
Ashrin, as he says these words, sounds correct, but Ordell, you can sense some alternate meaning behind them, as if he doesn't quite buy what you're selling. He says,
Right, you got the tally marks? Sure. We've seen those around before. Well, I'll go check them out myself, just to make sure that you're not lying to me.
Go for it.
he whistles a bird call. Everybody roll me a nature check.
Wow. Am I close enough to hear it?
Yeah.
20. Dirty.
Mine also has a 2 in it.
Jackie,
There's
come
no
on.
other number with that 2.
There's 12.
Well, two ones for an 11.
Okay, good. Emma?
Oh, I actually didn't roll.
I was more so saying of like mine has a 2 in it, but there's no number accompanying my 2.
Ah,
It's
gotcha.
not a 2-0 or a 1-2.
Which skill was this for?
Nature?
I'm sorry. Nature. Hey, that's a 15.
Anybody who got 15 or above recognizes this bird-like whistle to be a mimicking a finch. By the way, anybody who knows real birds, do not take anything I am about to say seriously because I don't know this at all. Finches, obviously, very much live to the south. They cannot live to the north. This person is not from here, this orc making this whistle. He's very familiar with a different type of bird. As he goes up, the group begins to move forward with him. He says,
I think we'll have a look then.
as the others join this orc and begin walking towards Ordell and Ashrin. You let them come freely?
I'm gonna look to Ordell.
Before they fully get to us,
I have a question about this Black Archer.
They're still walking. They're not stopping their stride as you ask.
okay, fine.
Yeah.
So theoretically, someone was able to find them and bring them to you. I assume they have a bounty if they're picking off your men.
That they do. You interested? Do you have him? Do you have his body?
I don't, but I'm resourceful.
As he says that, he kind of gets up to your chest then. He's an orc, so he's not as tall as you, but he is as wide.
He's a burly boy.
Yeah, he's a big burly boy.
He says, then piss off. And don't speak to me without blood pumping through your heart.
So he kind of just taps you on the chest. As his group approaches, they turn and look to the side, and as they do, recognition hits their eye as they see Emma, another undead, pouring magic over the two bodies of the patrol that they talked about earlier, and their other friend with a hole through their chest. As Winter looks, hi, as she stands there.
Right. We've established that you lie. I'm gonna give you, I don't know, I say a 10-second head start will be fine. I like it when you run. Get moving, dead one.
I run from no one.
I'm gonna rage and hit him.
Yep, they there's no surprise around in this as they are also
That's
kind of
fair.
doing the same thing. Ashrin, are you also kind of at the ready?
Yes.
XC, did
I
your
have my-
entire programming go out to where you don't recognize a fight even when you see one?
No, I just
or-
don't recognize his arms.
Gaia.
Actually, you know what? Not only do I say like I don't run from a fight, left hand only comes up.
I don't run from a fight. Then you are going to lose a turn. I'm assuming as XC does nothing, correct?
If XC doesn't do anything, I'm still gonna attack. Like, but I'm
Okay,
raising
okay.
my hand first and then clocking him.
I mean, I'm only going to act now if the if weapons are drawn on either side. Like, if there's intent.
So, it is close to the end of the night, but I still need initiative for something. So, everybody go ahead and roll me an initiative.
You haven't failed me yet.
21.
15.
Okay. As well.
21, Ashrin as well.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
I think Ashrin has more decks. 15, XC.
Probably. I only have +2.
Yeah.
Emma.
My one and only natural 20 of the night.
Hey.
What's the total for that?
22.
Okay. As you all are going to go in a specific order, but Emma, you have been interrupted for the last time. You have advantage on all your attacks, and they have disadvantage on their saving throws in the first round. As the big orc stands and stares up towards you, puffing his chest out, as we're going to do one round of combat, even if it goes just a little bit after, because they're, so Emma, they have interrupted you for the last time.
About how many are there?
There are 9 in total. There are 2 orcs, 3 elves, and 4 humans. Math.
I would like to get in the center of this group if I can.
You could rush up to it. They're about 50 feet away. If you have that, you could dash with your action.
That takes away what I want to do. Then you know what? As much of a waste as this is, well, can I just hold my turn?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I can figure out what I'm doing. I wasn't expecting the net 20.
Who are you wanting to go after?
Give me 2 turns.
Okay. Ashrin, you're quick. As the orc and the rest of them go for their weapons, you already had your hand on your rapier.
Hands already on the rapier. How far away are they from me?
They are right next to you.
All right. Bonus action. Ready, guys? My rapier lights up. Dark red, black flame. Red and black flame. Wrathful smite. My rapier's lit. And
Blood magic.
I swipe at them and I get 2 attacks.
Beautiful.
But first they have to do a save. Wiz.
Who are you
Well,
attacking?
The dude.
Okay.
Who is
the main
mouthy.
dude? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your 2 hits.
And roll 2 hits and then a save. Wiz save? Okay, so like you know how my race is con. Is it a con save or a whiz save?
All the save stuff, you just use con for your spell casting to hit and DCs.
Okay, so con 15 is the save, and then rolls to hit are... Yes. Okay, never mind.
Yes. Thanks,
that
Captain Falcon. Yes.
A 14 and a 17.
It's Captain America. How dare you? 14 and a 17?
Yes.
Okay. The 17 hits.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you just what? What? Are you saying that?
Oh shit,
Yes!
sorry. I was thinking
Is
like
Captain
Falcon and the
America?
Winter Soldier. Sorry, I'm dumb.
Uh-huh. Yeah? Okay.
I don't know.
Did they-
It was Captain Falcon, yada yada. 17 hits.
And then with con save of 15.
Con save? It's not wisdom. It's still wisdom save. It's your
Okay, so whiz
yeah.
15.
Yeah, 15. A definite fail.
Okay, sweet. So, yes. So 7 from the no, not just 7. 9 from the rapier, and then they get 4 psychic damage, and then you're frightened of me until my spell ends, asshole.
Hey.
As he goes up to grab his saber and bring it down across Ordell's chest, quickly, you just slice your blade up his skin through his middle finger and back down and pull it out, causing him to kind of like as he pulls the hand backwards. He looks at you. You take the blood on the rapier and flick it into his face. He didn't even see the blow come. It was so quick. As he looks down, he kind of backs up, afraid of you, as on his turn he will definitely be frightened. Beautiful. As it's gonna go to Ordell's turn.
Question: could I have raged prior by chance, my sweet GM?
No, but good try.
Fair. Follow-up question: is he the frightened condition then? Is that a thing?
Yes.
Ooh, that's good. Okay, well, I'm gonna rage. Ordell just like yells out, the ground cracks under him, and all of the runes on his body and scars glow gold. I'm gonna take 2 strikes, and because he's afraid, that's a fancy. Wowee! I'm gonna smack him for 18 plus a billion. It's not actually a billion. 18 plus. Where's my?
It hits. You're good.
Yeah, fair. 6. So that's 2 d6s. I need to grab another d6 so I can just do this quickly. That's 5, 4, 9 plus 3. But then there's rage. There's 2. So that's 14. 14? 14.
14 damage.
14 on the first attack. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna bring this around. He's frightened actually, so I'm gonna move 5 feet around him, and I'm gonna like take on one of his men. Also, sorry, you.
As you move around, you're gonna get out of range from a few other people.
Okay,
so
I'll take AO.
Okay.
Also, I forgot on my first attack of a round because Ordell's a zealot. I get another D6 of radiant damage.
Do it.
Plus my.
Wow, you do radiant, not necrotic with your zealot. Some undead.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like it's juxtaposition. You know, like there's a divine soul within a fractured body. It's deep lore, right? Anyway, that was 7 more radiant damage to this guy.
Okay.
And
He's
did
not
people
looking
hit me
too
while I
hot.
moved my AC?
Yes.
AC 17.
As oh, I thought it was 18. 2 people hit you as you moved. Then the
Okay.
3 elves quickly pull out long. They're almost like daggers, but they're more short swords. They quickly flourish them. One of them goes for your feet, but as you move, it just barely misses. The 2 others slice heavily across your kidneys, dealing a total of 23 points of slashing damage. So you'd half it to 12.
Okay. Ordell's gonna turn also while he's swinging in on the next person.
None of them leave.
Ooh, baby, that's another nat 20. Advantage is delicious. Goodbye, rogue man. 7 and 6, so 13 plus 5, 18 damage on the second person. It's not the orc, it was someone beside him, one of his lackeys.
Okay, we'll say you hit one of the humans then.
Yes.
Okay, 18 damage.
And that's it for me.
The human also not looking too good as you whack right into the side of it. You can hear bones crack as your maul comes down. It's going to actually go to Emma's turn now.
So this orc is still up, correct?
Yes.
I would like to make my way over there.
With a regular movement, you'll be about 20 feet away.
Son of a bitch. And that's where I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay, you walk closer. You want to dash and get even closer?
Everything I want to do is within touch range, and I can't do anything. So
well, you can dash
Cast
to
fireball.
get closer for next turn.
Nah.
Okay. As it's going to go to their turn. As the 3 elves slash into you, Ordell, they turn and look at each other before all moving their left hands, very similar to the one you saw before. And the 3 of them vanish before Ordell and Ashrin. The humans all pull out these spiked clubs with nails moving out of them, very much like any horror game you've ever played where there's nails sticking out of a bat. These are very crudely made spiked maces as they all bring them down. We're going to say 2 to Ordell, 2 to Ashrin. Ashrin, what is your AC one more time?
18.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh no,
That's-
they're attacking you, Ashton. Man, I hope they don't hit because I have Sentinel, baby.
That is 1 hit on Ashrin, 2 on Ordell. That is 14 going to you, Ashrin.
Ow.
Ooh, they're big hitters. And that's 27 going to you, Ordell.
So, 14?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Singular hits we round up. And
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm gonna Sentinel Strike.
Do it.
Because they hit her. 18 total.
Hits.
And that's Demal. Sorry, I thought my turn was over, but I forgot I had Sentinel and I put away the
As
dice.
you roll, Ashrin, the orc that you have terrified looks up at you and begins to try and run away. You can make an attack of opportunity on him if you'd like. He's too far away for Ordell.
Hell yes, I would. Take this. 22.
22 hits.
Yeah.
Also
does
15 damage.
damage.
16
Since
damage.
my smite is up, does he still get smited too?
I'm double checking that. No, it's the next time you hit and then it ends.
Got it. That is going to be
Correct.
5. Rapier?
We're gonna say yes, and I'll double check that later. I've never done rifle smite, so 5. Okay, beautiful.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the next time you hit a weapon, it is the next time.
Okay.
It says.
But it also doesn't say it goes away. Either way, as you slash into him, he is kind of limping as he runs away at this point, doing his best. He's still able to make a shot as he takes a bolt and sends it flying towards Ordell, as the 2 of you seem to be the threats. It flies very wide. He doesn't have the hand. He spends the next bit reloading the bolt as he continues to run away. The other orc that's nearby you, Ashrin, however, you see him just kind of angrily. He pulls back a similar short sword to what the elves have as he begins just kind of wildly swinging towards you. 2 hits.
Jeez.
That is 14 points of damage coming to you with 2 hits.
Okay, I'm looking hurt a little bit. You know, just a smidge.
As it goes to XC's turn, you see all of this happen, and the 3 elves disappear.
Okay, so there's 5 of them left.
4.
No,
one sorry. Down, is it? 3 elves. 1, 2, 6.
There's 9. 6 of them left. Are they all within about 20 feet of Ordell?
Not the main orc that's been afraid because Asher made him run away, but everybody else is. Okay. So the 4 humans and 1 orc.
Got you. The one running away, is he running towards me or away?
He's running towards you.
Okay, great. If I was to shoot him, would there be any of the other bad guys in a direct line behind him?
One of the humans would be.
Line.
One of the humans that got hit by Ordell.
Okay. Is there a better line I can take, which maybe hits 3 of the guys in the 20-foot area?
You could hit the other 3 humans in a row.
I will do that. So I will take my first shot. I will use a crit point on my piercing shot. And I will aim to hit those 3 guys. So that's a 27 to hit the first guy.
Hits, definitely.
And if it hits, I get to do I get to do an attack on each of the other 2 behind it.
Do it.
At this, so well, another one is another 27 and then a 15.
They actually all hit.
All right, so all 3 of them
just
take
barely.
the full. I'm just gonna do.
1 damage
happy just
roll.
doing 1 damage roll?
Yeah.
Well, that's a D20. I don't roll for damage with a D20.
Please help.
So 9. Okay, so they all take 12 damage.
Okay.
Okay. Second shot.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Go for it.
None of them drop, I'm guessing.
One of them does, but if I didn't know if you're just shooting 2 piercing lines. So no. The
second shot is on the guy closest to me.
Okay. Shooting at the big orc.
Yep, and that is a 22 to hit.
Hits.
And we'll expend 1 grit point for a vicious, meaning he takes 21 damage.
As the first shot fires, you hear as 3 of them get shot. The first one going right through his neck and then up into the chest of the other 2 as the bullet just flies right through. This is a triangular, almost screw-like bullet as it fires out rather than the ball-like shots that he was doing before. You hear a loud before another shot fires. This one with a loud bang as it fires towards the orc. He's kind of limping as he's pulling back to shoot another bolt into Ordell. You instead shoot a shot that fires and hits him right in the elbow, ejecting his femur who knows where, as his bolt flies offwards and the orc falls down to the ground with his hand clutching his other arm, soon to bleed
Question
out.
For you.
Answer.
Would you say this is a significant threat out of all of them?
As in, you killed it?
Can I get a grit point back? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely the leader.
All right, cool. And then I will action surge for 2 more shots. I will hit the 2 guys in a piercing line again, using another grit point.
Do it.
First one, 26 to hit.
Okay.
Second one, 18 to hit.
Both hit.
14 damage.
14 damage, okay. They're both still up, but barely.
They're both still up. Well, we can't have that. I will use my last grid point to hopefully finish them off.
Do it.
First hit is 22.
Hits.
Second hit is 12 plus 19.
Both hit.
Final hit, 13 damage.
as
wipe those 4 shots.
as you basically hear as he empties the clip, for lack of a better term. You see 3 humans fall down dead. Only 1 remains, and the orc blow his entire arm off and sit there clutching it as he falls dying to the ground. XC's gun is a smoking barrel, quite literally, at the moment.
I look at Ashton and say,
I believe he said something about not speaking to him unless his blood was flowing.
Lucid Lemon
And,
says this is
I will-
bullying.
I should look at my movement action. You know what? No, I'm gonna. I'll wait. I'll stay where I am and wait. Bring on the invisible guys.
As Winter looks to Ashton and says, "We can do our thing now," as she takes the flame that's still remaining on the end of your blade and pulls it towards her hand, casting a 3rd level scorching ray as she shoots 1 shot towards the dying human and shoots the 3 other shots in towards the remaining orc. I've rolled low all night, but combat, not. Let's see. Okay, as the remaining human pulls back his spiky bat, going to hit you right underneath your breastplate there, Ashton. It's going to be a heavy blow, but luckily his arms are not there anymore, as a ray of laser just shoots upwards as the flame dances from around your blade. She pulls the flame backwards and ejects all of it, the remaining potency, towards the orc, dealing enough to bring the orc down, falling into a singeing fetal position on the ground. All of those alive that you can see are dead. However, you stand there in the silence of the gunshot, wondering where the 3 elves have disappeared to, as it seems like a decent place to start because we're already past time for the night. So you all stand there in a field of bodies with 3 invisible elves nowhere to be seen. If you haven't entered yet, it's probably too late because we've had a lot of entry time. So go ahead and do that entry giveaway, Lana. That way we can find out who wins the very last. Oh, yeah.
You know what I just noticed? The chaotic neutral evil character, I don't think has dealt damage to anyone this campaign yet. I don't even.
Yeah, you've been pretty tame comparatively. Also, congratulations. Yeah, less smell of blood. Kith, congratulations. Alex beat me to it.
Nice. That's like the 3rd giveaway, right? That they've won. That's
right,
awesome.
It feels like it.
It pays to be here.
Right, keep showing up.
True.
Fun, super duper fun session tonight, even if y'all intentionally left Ashrin at the very beginning of it.
I wasn't there, so you know what? That wasn't my choice. And it wasn't my day.
Cordell's like, no, this is my day. Seeing all the bodies dead and on the ground. Awesome. Yes. I know we're past time, so we're going to go ahead and end it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll see you next week. And yeah, we've got a lot more giveaways to come, and we've got a lot more Campaign 2, Season 2, Episode 4 next week. So thank you, everybody. Have a fantastic night.
Night.
I love you.